Boom, boom. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Yeah, 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 yeah. Super bum 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 bum. Yeah, yeah. Sidewalks in like a crown on his head. Talks crime scenes like he wrote the dead. One cast on the table, now he wants the throne. Like that one little mode made him king of the zone. He reads one print and he starts to preach. Calls it genius with the schoolyard reach. But all that talk is cheap and loud. When the whole damn room sees through the cloud. He knows one lane and talks like 10. Big fake cape, same act again. Superman like kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman like cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. Flip flop king with a borrowed view. Flip flop king with the bar. He says I'm the one with the chest puffed out, but every real case makes him back up now. He wants to shine, wants the front row seat, wants the praise from the suits on Easy Street. Integrity gone when the bills come due. He'll nod so hard just to stay in view. If the pocket fat, he'll change that tune. Same old grin in a cheap fake suit. One word here, then two words there. He bends so quick, you can feel the air. Superman like kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman like cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. Flip flop king with the borrowed view. Loud gets quiet fast when the spotlight fades and the facts are asked. You wear that grin like a rented prize, but everybody sees through both your eyes. Superman live. Kiss up fast when the money walks by. All talk, no spine. Best in his mind, but he can't read the room. Superman live. Cast expert mask, but the truth cuts through. All talk, no spine. With a borrowed view. With borrowed view. There, in the chair, in the room, the blackest nights in the moon. 4 people murdered in the night. My innocence taken, I'm guilty. I did not fight. You took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. It then, I'll say it now. I'm innocent. and they blacked me out. I'm a fool, I'm a man, I'll never say I did it. I can't. She took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All rejected, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All rejected, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. Nothing left for me now. Nowhere to turn to. I thought you were here to protect and serve, not ruin my life. I thought you were here to protect and serve, but you lied. All rejected, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. Let's talk about Jeffy Lou. What a strange one, such a weird dude. His life is on YouTube. Not wanted anywhere, no one really cares. Talks about nothing, what's the prompter says. Paid opposition, you tell me straight. Say a little piece, then you imitate. Run that same line, like a cheap little trick. Acting real loud, but the mask ain't slick. Just talk about Dylan, and you'll all see Jeffy Lou, Jeffy Lou. Bro, it ain't deep. You run your mouth, then you run to your screen. Now every false friend looks real damn weak. Jeffy Lou, your time is up. Jeffy Lou, enough's enough. Jeffy Lou, go on, go home. Jeffy Lou, you know the tone. Is the pay really worth it for pretend friends? Smile for the camera, then it all bends. You know as well as I do, your time's coming down. Every fake little crown hit the floor now. Please go home, find a hobby, play your guitar, that might be your glory. You can't talk trash and call it tough when nobody's hearing you've had enough. Time to go home, have a nice day. Jeffy Lou, get out the way. Jeffy Lou, stop talking trash, nobody's listening. That same old act got no difference in it. Jeffy Lou, your time is up. Jeffy Lou, enough's enough. Jeffy Lou, go on, go home. Jeffy Lou,
All right, all right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oop, what's going on here? Hello, hello. Can you guys? Okay, here we go. Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you guys are having a great weekend. Thank you all so much for joining me here at the cafe. And thank you guys so much for joining us last night at the Verdict Room. Great show with Miss Jules, Mikey, Ms. Logan, and myself. I enjoyed it quite a bit, as I hope you all did as well. Thank you guys for being here today, though. One of possibly, hopefully, if everything goes right, 2 shows today. This is the True Crime Show, and hopefully early evening, we'll be able to jump into a Cafe Conspiracy show tonight. Today, guys, we're going to break down the difference between some rumors and some reality, however you would see it. Turn the clock back a little bit and go break down an older interview that I think is kind of important to hear now, knowing what we know now as compared to then when that interview came out. Miss Lana with Truth and Transparency did the interview. For those of you that are not familiar with it, you will be. And for those of you that are, you know what I'm talking about. We're going to be listening to the interview with Mr. Dave and breaking that down and seeing how that fits into what we know now, especially considering these couple newer interviews that we just found with Jack Decor and some other things that are coming out. So, yeah. I think there is a good reason to look at that and some other stuff we're going to get into as well, I'm sure. So come on in, guys. Make sure to hit the like button, please, and thank you. Share this out. Let everybody know what's going on. Come on in. Find yourselves a seat. Get comfortable. Let's do this, please. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of
All right, all right. Good morning, good Sunday morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you guys are, whatever time of day it is. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you all, as always. And thank you for being here with me. I appreciate you guys spending your Sunday, whatever part of the day it is. Some of you it might be Monday already. Who knows? But thank you for being here and taking some time out of your day to sit down with me and break this stuff down. I appreciate it so very much. Excuse me. Let's see what we got going. Who we got joining us today? Miss Jen Seven in the house. Good to see you, Miss Jen. Very much missed you. Great to have you here, Miss Rowe. Always happy to see you. Sophie's in the house today. Good to see you. Blue Eyed Butterfly. Welcome, dear. Good to see you. Miss Lady Speedwell. Welcome to you. Great to see you. Andrew White. Welcome, my friend. 118 in Melbourne, Australia. That's amazing. Welcome from down under. Miss Dory, wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Lisa CR, welcome. Amy Locke, welcome. Good to see you. Realize, Analyze in the house today. Good to see you. Let's see, Miss Dory again. Good to see you, Dory. Keep on swimming. Great to have you here with us. Croft is in the house. Welcome, welcome. Dilly's in the house. Junior, welcome back to see you. Good to see you, Dylan. With Hildreth Investigates and Reacts. Good to see you guys. Trey Harker, welcome to you, my friend. Tina Skull Scar, good to see you today as always. Appreciate you. Julianne, welcome back to you. Assembly Solo, Yinzal, welcome to you. Morgan Peters, great to see you today. Sweet Peas in the house, welcome, welcome. Wave Ether, welcome back to you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Jesse Schul. Ooh, it must be early over there for Jesse. First, Noel, good to see you, dear. I hope you're feeling good and doing well. Great to have you here. Blue Devil, welcome back to you. Common sense ain't that common. It sure ain't, is it? Welcome to you, Michelle F22. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Vicky Harrison, welcome, welcome. Miss Paggy Sue, good to see you. Let's see here. Mama Five, welcome. Good to see you as always. Thank you for joining us. Deborah Ackland, same to you. Miss Jessie Lynn, moving forward. Good to see you, dear. Debs 68, welcome to you. Great to have you here. Bambi Whitlock, welcome, welcome. Who else do I have up in here? Superman's grandma's in the house today. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Rufus, welcome and good to see you. There's a little Jeff in us all, huh? You think? Just a little, maybe.
My name's Jeff.
Let's see. Ganja Girl, welcome. Good to see you. Hilly, welcome to you. Another Aussie in the house. Great to see you. Mittens for Kittens, welcome. Great to see you here today. Thank you. AccuSculpt, welcome. Happy Sunday to you. Miss Gracefully Salty, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Again, everybody, please make sure you're hitting that like button and please share this out if you would, please, and thank you. Jeeves, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Dig the Past, welcome to you as well. Rogue is in the house. Good to see you, Rogue. Thank you for joining us today. Karen, welcome back to you. It is 11:22 a.m. where I am at. I hope it's not a weird hour for you guys, but I know some of the people like in Australia and the UK and stuff. It's probably definitely a different time. Dirty Jersey in the house. Love that one. Miss Wendy, welcome. Good to see you. I think that's it. Oh, it's okay, Dory. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. That was corny, I know. Trey Hawker, welcome, my friend. Again, I probably already said that. I sometimes I call you guys out twice because I forget or more. It just means you get extra attention. That's all. Governor Pincus, welcome. Good to see you today. Ms. Kawanda, welcome, welcome. See all these meatballs jumping in the sauce with us today so we can spill it everywhere. If I was where you are, I'd be 5 hours younger. Well, that is awesome, Miss Lady. Sylvia Hurley, welcome. Moonlit Baby, great to see you today, dear. Dad with the dad jokes. Yeah, I try. Mostly not so funny, but hey. Baked to perfection, welcome. From Scotland. I love it. Love seeing where you guys are tuning. Again, if you don't mind, throw it in the chat if your guys are comfortable with it, where you guys are tuning in from. I love seeing that. I really do. Missed you too, Jeebs. Always do. Thank you for being here. Uh, like I said, hopefully this is one of two shows today. We're going to cover the Idaho stuff today on this one, and this evening we're going to jump into our cafe conspiracy stuff. I think this evening, guys, we're delving into, if I get to do the show, fingers crossed, because I know it's been busy over here lately. For those of you that are interested, we will be delving into big feats and stuff like that because of some new stuff that has come out. So we'll be jumping into that possibly this evening. If you're interested, tune in. Eddie's in the house from Minnesota. Good to see you, my friend. Melissa D from Northeast Pennsylvania. Welcome. Michelle F from Manchester, England. Jeebs is out of Northeast Philly. Welcome. Superman's grandma, Northern Michigan. Up above, a neighbor. Saber Sleuth is from the YouTube streets. That's awesome. And of course, we got a Jersey girl in the house with real eyes. Big feet and high knees. That's right, Blue Eyes. I don't know, but we can have that conversation, Jesse, if we need to, since Eddie's here. Nana Banana, good morning to you. Let me see. You are welcome, Miss Melissa. First Noel. Let me check. Trey Hawker is in Texas. Another person living down in hell. Welcome, brother. Good to see you here. Miss Caron is in the UK. Dig the Past says OBX. Julianne's out of Chicago. Morgan's in Pennsylvania. Another neighbor. Blue Eyed Butterflies, Long Island, New York. Mittens for Kittens, Northeastern California in the Sierras. That's awesome. Blue Devils in the North Carolina mountains. Awesome. Miss Debs is in the UK as well. Lady Speedwell's in London, Southwest London. Miss Rebecca Seidner out of Indianapolis. Doug is in Central Illinois. Lindsay's Eyes tuning in from ENC. Welcome, welcome. Moonlit in corrupt Illinois. Tuning in from the greatest state in the union, Dylan says, Ohio? Well, yeah, okay, sure. If you think so. I live there. I know what it's like. Amy Locke is in Bulgaria. That's amazing. Trey's in the Houston area, he says. Miss Rose in South Carolina. Wave Ether, another Chicagoan. Lynn Mays, Southwest Michigan. Governor Pincus, another Minnesota person, along with Miss Jessie Lynn in the soda as well. Rogue Knox out of New York. Well, that's awesome, Abu. I'm glad that you guys are here for it. I really am. Common sense. I've got another 20 minutes in me before I crash out and get a solid 4 hours of sleep before 6 a.m. Uh-oh. I get you. We know Jesse's in Thailand. Let me see. I think. Oh, Manny's here. Don't worry. He'll be dancing around, I'm sure, at some point. Thank you, Noel. Appreciate that. blurted Kawanda highs. I think. Hit the bottom down here. Miss Laura Diane, welcome. Moto's in the house. Good to see you, Moto, joining us from up north. Laura says, hello from Boston. It's a wicked pissa. Itty bitty poof, welcome out of the Midwest. Good to have you here. Rather be where Jesse is. I think a lot of us would. Amen to that one, Speedwell. Let's see here. Andrew White. Manny. Well, we got, just so you guys don't question who Manny is. That's our friend Manny, the dancing meatball, baked to perfection. If I could live in Ohio, then my next pick would be Georgia. Yeah, if I had to go anywhere, it'd probably be back down to Bama or Florida. Down the rabbit hole in Scotland. Welcome to ya. Mystica, welcome. Turkey Creek Cow, good to see you today. Good Sunday morning to you. All right, so let's see who's gonna. It is Sunday, so I'll give us a little more leeway today. You stayed on late last night. We did. Jules is always fun to talk to. That's why we ran so late, I think. That's Manny the dancing meatball saver. Haley, welcome. It's uh-oh. Aw. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Haley. Give me 1 minute, you guys. No. If everybody would take just a minute to wish Miss Haley a happy birthday and hopefully make her day a little bit better if we can. Let's see if we can do that. Third Apache, welcome. Manny the Cocoa Pop. There you go. Lala, welcome. Yeah, we celebrate people's birthdays in here, Miss Haley. So here you go. Because all you guys are so very important. And of course, you'll get a little cake here too.
Hey Haley, I heard it's your birthday today. Da-da-da. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Haley. Happy birthday to you. Best wishes, beautiful.
To make sure you make a big old wish and hopefully it comes true for you. I hope you have an amazing, amazing day, Miss Haley, and a great year, and we'll do it again next year for you. There you go, dear. I hope that makes your day just a little bit better as you're having to deal with that crappy stuff going on there with your fur baby. Hopefully, you have a great rest of your day beyond that. And thank you for being here. We do appreciate you very much. That is exactly why I do it, Miss Pincus. 100% why I do it, because the people that are in here, welcome, senor, are very important. Okay. Everybody that's in this community is very important to me and to each other, I think, and they should be, because I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only person that somebody in here is going to be able to speak to that day. And if nobody in there has anybody else around them and it is their birthday, they deserve to hear a little bit of love on their birthday, in my opinion. So that is why I do that. That is why I fully interact with my community and always have and always will. So that's the whole point behind it. But thank you for noticing, Governor. Appreciate that. Thank you, Miss Gail, for that. You guys got to get a little Manny fun here. Well, thank you, Lady Speedwell. Appreciate that. That's exactly right, Senor. That's exactly why I do it too, bro. Scary Scooby, good to see you. I hope so, Blue Eyed, because you are. You definitely deserve to feel that way. Someone's chopping onions in there. Oh no. That's awesome, Mittens. I love it. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. We're going to jump into this interview. This is an old one from 3+ years ago. Thank you, Miss Kawanda. You're so sweet. Dropping a new membership in the cafe here. Looks like Andrew White. Welcome to the sauce, my friend. 2 new meatballs jumping in here with us today. That is so very awesome. Great to have you guys. Thank you, Governor Pincus. Appreciate that again. Uh-oh. Nope. No politics now. We know better than that. We don't get into religion or politics in here just because it gets a little touchy. That's all. It can. It can. It can. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Vicky. Well, you're always got family here with us. Always. Pretty much Finland. Welcome. You are so very welcome, Miss Haley. I hope you have a so much of a better day. ABI, good to see you. That is a fact right there. Dago loves us all. Just show respect to each other, and that's all I ever ask from any of you. Treat each other with respect, and you guys are number one. It's the way it's supposed to be. It does. Doesn't take much time to say hi to somebody or to wish somebody a happy birthday, or just to smile at somebody, guys. Truly, there's so much negativity and nastiness in the world. Why add to it? Why add to it? All you got to do is smile at somebody and say hi once a day. That should make you feel good as well as somebody else. I try to, Julianne. I truly do, because everybody deserves that feeling. Everybody deserves to feel important, because everybody is important, in my opinion. That's why I call you guys the beautiful people, because you truly are. Excuse me. Crying Broberger, welcome. Wish we had the FBI interviews or Ellie. I agree with that one. I wish we did too, Angie B. Good morning. I love it. Moonflower, welcome, dear. That's a good point there, Miss Kwanda. Trisha W., welcome, dear. Looks like we got 212 peeps in the house and 98 likes. Guys, please hit that like button. Let's see if we can make that match just a little bit more. That's right. That's right. So much power in just a smile, folks. And just telling somebody hello and I hope you have a good day means everything sometimes to everybody. It can mean everything in the world to one person. You guys just never know. Welcome, DKM. It only takes a second. That's why at the end of every one of my shows, I make sure I tell you guys, please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't let nobody change who you are, because that's what I truly love about all of you is who you are yourselves. That's right. It doesn't cost a cent. Bingo, brother. Bingo. Hope you're doing well, Moto. Always thinking about you, bro. Trying to send some positivity your direction and everybody's for that fact. Welcome, Jackster. Thank you for being here. I do my best. I ain't perfect. And I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but everybody deserves to be treated with absolute respect and love, period. That, bingo. You never know what silent battles folks are fighting. That's why it's so very important that you pass by somebody that doesn't look real happy, say, hey, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. That's all you got to do. Miss Kathy's in the house. Wonderful to have you here, Miss Kathy. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always appreciated, guys. Make sure you're subscribed to Kathy's Indie Zone. If you want the info, that's where you're going to get it. I'm telling you. Everything on any of these documents with anything going on, you'll find over there because this awesome lady knows it and she knows what she's saying, guys. So please make sure you're subscribed and hit that notifier so you don't miss anything. Yes, this is a reason why we're going back to this interview, Kathy, is because with all the new stuff we've heard recently, I think, and I try to go back to the beginning often when we get new information to see how it lines up with what we know now as compared to what we knew then with the newer information. I think that's important, especially in this case. So that's why we do this from time to time. Aquamarine, welcome to you. This interview was an interview done by Miss Lana from Truth and Transparency on May 14th of 2023 with a gentleman that went by the name on her show. His name was changed, and there's a voice changer with him because there was some nervousness about him coming out speaking. That'll tell you something. He went by the name Dave, and he let out some information that this was back then. Now, think about what we know now when you hear this. And I'm going to go ahead and put this out here because I know there's a few people that it is Sunday, so I'm going to open up the reins a little bit to allow some people to join us up here. If I can find, there it is. 1 minute, everybody. Let me pin that link. I know I'll be getting Junior joining me soon, without fail. Colonel H, good to see you. Karma Police, welcome to you. 1 minute here. Miss Gail, good to see you, Miss Gail. Ms. Donna Salamander, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Aquamarine. Okay. All right. Let's see. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, you guys know, as I always say, I will catch up to you. Like I said. Welcome, Junior. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I was getting all settled in for Shark Week, and then I got the notification on my phone.
Shark Week, huh? Ugh.
Yeah, it's coming to an end, but
my wife likes that stuff. I'm not a big fan. I mean, I don't mind watching it from time to time. It's more fun when it's in the Jaws version of it. Moto's in the house. Welcome, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, buddy?
Just hungover as fuck, but okay.
Well, at least you know what it is that is causing the problem, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, holy hell. Like I got people running up to the front door here again. 1 minute, guys. Let's see who else we got joining us in here. I open up the floodgates, and here it comes. We got two at a time now. Miss Kawanda, hello, and how are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. And Eddie, of course. Welcome, sir. Looks like I got one more coming. Oh, I got that one. Miss Realize, how are you?
I'm good. How's everybody doing?
We are doing well. So being that we have, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 6 people. let's try and not overtalk each other because I know it gets frustrating for you guys, and I don't want that to happen. So we'll just I'll mute, and then whenever somebody talks, it's easier that way. I guess that way nobody. And then StreamYard's been doing some weird shit, guys. So bear with it. We figured out last night that it's not just in here; it's everywhere. Every time Eddie comes in here, if somebody pops in or comes up or down, he's got to drop down, and other people are having that problem as well. So real quick now, because Miss Terry just joined us. Hello, Terry. Can everybody still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you all hear each other?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think we're gonna lock this out for right now. It's the Sunday buffet. Got everybody up here at one time, but that's fine. Remember, guys, to try not to talk to each other. But let me see the guy, hear the voice of the guy using the voice changer. Real perp. Oh, you will, Mitchell. No worries. That's what we're gonna review today. Karmic, welcome. Good to see you. Sammy T. Stella Rex, welcome. Hello, Tomboy. How are you, dear? Other than
Good
yelling
morning. Good
other than-
morning.
yelling at your cat.
Who's yelling at the cat?
Well, I hope you were yelling at the cat, not another human being.
No, I said good morning.
Mm-mm.
Yes, she did.
Before that, I heard something like "get off."
Oh no, it wasn't me.
Oh, well, okay. So be it. Anyway, good morning and welcome from Texas. So you know this interview. How many of you up here know this interview? If I can ask,
Which interview?
the interview with Dave that I'm breaking down
Oh,
But
yeah.
with which content creator is the question?
with Lana, because the other one's not applicable anymore. Couldn't find it. I think they took it down. You know which one I'm talking about, Eddie.
Yes.
Which that's fine because I would rather not hear his voice do what he did anyway, so it's fine.
First time for me.
Okay. Well, it's interesting because it does apply to some things I think that we have been introduced to recently. So we shall see. Yes, I'm allowing this today because it's a Sunday brunch, we'll call it. Where everybody can jump up here and have a conversation with us about this interview as well. Yeah.
Where's
of
our
course-
mimosas?
Where's what? You get to bring that stuff on your own, dear. I'm sorry. If I could, I would definitely hand them out, but I don't have that ability. So,
I got Red Bull and coffee.
of course, I got my coffee. So,
I got
Oh, and
nicotine
eggs
root
and
beer.
ham.
oh well, hey, there you go.
I mean,
And
my
I am.
Say that again.
I said
I mean,
Sam I am.
Gotcha.
Oh, somebody is echoing.
Feeding back, yeah. All right, Miss Candy's in the house. Is she out working today? No.
Dude, it's Sunday.
Right. Well, she said stop in. I thought maybe she was doing something, working or something. Lenny Mo, welcome. Good to see you. She works when she's not supposed to work anyway. So Beth.
Yeah, she doesn't work on Sundays. Even
that's-
God said give one day rest.
It's good. She needs a break. CZ, good to see you. Thank you for being here. So yes, this is an interview that was done 3 years plus ago. Miss Lana did this. This is a gentleman that stepped forward. He's a fraternity member as well as or was then. I don't know where he's at now, but he's a fraternity member as well as a student at Idaho University when this all went down. Again, this was May of 23. And he decided to step forth. He spoke with another creator by the name of Daniel from Drunk Turkey as well. And this one, I think, was a little more in depth than his. And he explained some things that a lot of us assumed. And then now, even now, and I think this is more important now that it's been brought out from some other things. That's why I wanted to go back to this. So.
Do we remember what fraternity he is from?
He never told anybody because he was trying to keep it on the DL. He didn't want, and there was a rumor that went around after he did this last interview I think it was Kim, WSU Kim, had said something to me that she was worried that he may or heard or something that he got jumped and beat up pretty bad. I don't know if that's true, you guys. So I don't want to clarify or say that that's a statement of truth, but I'll call it a rumor for now. But she was very worried about him after the fact from something she had heard, I guess. He didn't want it to be known what fraternity he was from. He came forth to tell some things that unnerved him a bit, I'll say. And Lana does a great job interviewing him. Thank you so much, Jen, for that, dear. Daff Mints, welcome to you. Yeah, we're going to alternate on the panel as well. No worries, guys. That way I can switch you guys out. Peekaboo bitch. Love your name. Welcome. And if you guys need me, Tiger Fife, welcome. Good to see you again. Hangman, good to see you as well. Haley, again, happy birthday. I thought that was a new name for a minute. Sorry. Angie B, First Noel. I got everybody. If I missed you, I will catch up, guys. I promise. But anyway, an interesting interview for sure. And this was, again, May of 23. So was it roughly 5 months after the murders happened? No, wait, I'm sorry. 6 months. 6 months. Have a good night. Common Sense. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for joining us. Doug, welcome. Good to see you. And we are going to break down some of the things. If you guys need me to stop, back up, rewind, whatever you need me to do, just let me know and we will do that. And we are off.
Okay. I know this might be a tough question to answer, but and I think that Dave, or you disagree or believe or not believe, that is also to your right. But what we do not have the right to do is to threaten, harass, or intimidate. And so therefore no adult bullying will be tolerated or permitted today, just like any other day on Truth and Transparency's platform. So please refrain from mentioning any other creators at this time. Those comments will all be deleted.
Yes, this is not, thank you, Tomboy, is a good point to make. This is not a video interview. This is an audio interview with a voice changer. Dave wanted to change his name and disguise his voice because, again, like I said, he was a little nervous about coming out and doing this and worried about what kind of repercussions or backlash may come from this, which should tell you something. So it's just going to be audio with him and Miss Lana. On we go.
Can you please stop? And lastly, I will be conducting a very engaged live interview, and I want to give my guest the attention and focus that he deserves and that is needed. During the last 15 minutes to 30 minutes, I will then address the live audience for questions to be taken at that time. I will not be looking at the live chat feature. So the students...
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right, welcome. Thank you for being here. I want to say thank you for having the courage to come forward.
Welcome, Smart Skin. Thank you for joining us. And Wade Bird, thank you for joining us as well.
You're basically breaking the silence of the students at the university. So again, thank you for having that courage.
I remember, folks, as well, early on, even to this day, for those of you guys know, nobody wanted to talk. Nobody wanted to talk. Even people didn't even want to talk to the defense team. Nobody wanted to talk, and they still don't, like I said. So that is why, one of the reasons why he did this. Are you going to sleep, Sophie? Oh, no, somebody's saying good night to you. Got you. Anyway. So this was interesting to be able to have somebody step forward on this to speak on these things, for sure. So remember that. Nobody wanted to talk, so.
I think that should be something that they should consider. I mean, within reason, that wouldn't give themselves away. Have somebody, like, more people step up, but, be incognito if you need to be. But, you know what I mean?
Right. And why both? I've always said myself, if anybody ever wants to come to this panel and speak on any of this, I can do the same. I can disguise your voice, change your name, whatever we need to do to protect you. I have no problem doing that. I always have. So, but there's still very few people that want to come forward to speak on this. So I gave Dave, we'll call him because that's the name he chose to use for this, a lot of like props and credit for doing this. Because again, there was a rumor that I had heard from Kim, which of course we'll listen to her as well at some point again, and that something happened after this to him, unfortunately. So I don't know if it's true or not. Don't quote me on it. It's just something somebody else said. Welcome, Crime Nachos. Miss Lori, good to see you. Or Crime and Chaos. See what you do, Tomboy. Anyway. On we go.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I didn't know you were gonna say what you said at the beginning. Sorry, I'm a little choked up. It kind of got me a little bit. I really appreciate you saying what you said, and just all the time and the respect that you've given not only to the kids but the family and the case, and just trying to do the right thing.
Well,
yeah, I really appreciate that. It's been a fucking tough year for a lot.
Welcome, Micro. May 14th of 2023 is when this interview happened. Bryan Todd, welcome as well.
A lot of us, a lot of kids that don't want to show it, and they're just going to pretend like it never happened. You know, and a bunch of other reasons, which are why I came on. But yeah, I'll go ahead and let you take it.
Well, Dave, you've definitely earned, and I think that you've deserved this opportunity, but you've earned my respect. So I want to say again, thank you. So we did do a voice changer, and I do believe it is working. So just wanted to let everybody know that there is a voice changer, because this person will stay anonymous. And I would like everybody to respect that. So I want to start by saying that before November 13th, did you ever watch YouTube true crime channels?
No, never. It's not really my thing, honestly. I'm into business and cars and tech and, you know, guns and just normal guy stuff, you know.
He changed his name, Blue Eye, just to protect himself.
Drinking and partying, yeah. I never really focused on like true crime, or I think my mom watches Dateline.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because are you like, so you never knew that this world existed where people had YouTube channels and talked about true crime or anything like that?
No. The first time I ever knew what like internet sleuths like and all that, like I didn't know that it was like a whole like subculture kind of in that either. I didn't know it existed until really all this happened.
Yeah. Well, it's taken an experience like this for you to see that, and that's what kind of makes, I think, what I can do so well tough, though, because you never want to say like, oh, when something happens, I can go and provide help somewhere, like by researching and putting things together, because then it would be like a tragic situation. So when you truly think about it, like in that aspect, for me, it's always hard because you don't want to see situations like this, you know, where people are out on the hunt for somebody, you know, that perform brutal acts. So I was just curious about the whole, you know.
Yes, this is a U of I student as well as a fraternity member. The fraternity I do not know. And it was purposely meant to be that way so that he didn't relinquish any personal information to be found out.
No, YouTube aspect in the college lifestyle right now. People even know this existed. So before we'll kind of start from the beginning here, Dave. You obviously decided to go to the University of Idaho. Were there other colleges that you were considering to, you know, going before, or was it just like you were always wanting to be a vandal?
Yeah. I kind of honestly just really like just kind of picked this one. Nothing really specifically, I guess, outside of some personal reasons. But yeah, just kind of ended up here, I suppose.
Okay. I know this might be a tough question to answer, but do you feel like that you, like, looking back at everything that happened has happened so far, would you still make that choice to go to the University of Idaho?
Yeah.
If that's a tough question, you don't have to answer that.
It is. I mean, I don't. I'm of course biased. I've been here for a while now, and I love it here. And this is my town, my community, my home. And I would love for people to still keep coming here, and I think that eventually it could get back to what it is. And I think a lot of people would want that too, but I don't know. It doesn't really feel, I guess, like in the right ways, I suppose.
So before November 13th, 2022 happened, you had experienced the University of Idaho for a couple years before that. Can you maybe want to talk about your experiences at the University of Idaho, prior to these brutal homicides?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what you think of when you think of Greek life and frat houses is what we were. Nothing really too crazy, but EU Idaho Greek life is pretty tame. Like, we don't have houses getting shut down each year for hazing or stupid crap like that. With a lot of other bigger colleges, you'll see they always have issues with their Greek life. Yeah, no, we have like a small little community. Each house is like kind of like their own little clique, but we all kind of intermingle, so it's kind of cool to see people that are like outside your circle and what you're used to and stuff like that. And yeah, no, it's just normal college experience. Really, just kind of really enjoyed it, loved it. Grew a lot, got to meet a lot of people, had a ton of fun, make a lot of really good memories.
Meet a lot of good people.
Yeah. It's everyone up here is nice too, and like I've lived a couple different places, and like this is just one of the few places where just like everyone's just nice and welcoming. I mean, if you're not in Greek life, you're probably not that welcome in Greek life, but it's whenever you're in, it's a cool little community to kind of be a part of. You get a little bit of exclusivity, and you get to do fun, special stuff that no one else really does. So, yeah.
Well, it's nice to hear from like a perspective of a guy, number one, and the Greek life, because I speak about it all the time. Like,
I really want to point out.
Yeah.
I really want to point that part out. If you're not a part of Greek life, then you're not going to be welcome. If someone on the outside was following Kaylee or Maddie or whoever, they would have stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Good
I literally
point.
just wrote that down too. Like, I just made note of that. And I think it corroborates a lot of what we've been hearing in the victimology interviews. So that's good.
Right.
About the culture.
Like I said, go ahead, bud.
I was just going to say, mind you, the whole stalking rumor all started with Bethany and Dylan. Everybody who has said that they heard about stalking said that they heard it from Dylan and Bethany.
Right.
Not a single one said that they heard it from Kaylee or heard it from Maddie. It all comes from Dylan and Bethany.
Very good point. Good point, sir. Interesting. Very interesting if you think about it. So, yeah.
And some parties you could have an outsider if you were accompanied by someone from the Greek life. But certain socials and other gatherings would be very exclusive. So sometimes you just wouldn't be able to. In other words, you wouldn't just be able to be some outsider and wander into one of these parties or into this culture or into the neighborhood. Trying to be a part of it. Yeah.
Right.
Because they would know. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just want to say real quick that it's like so disturbing that Dylan is walking around free. Like, she's literally a danger to society. Like, I'm afraid of Dylan. I'm like on the other side of the country. Like, what?
Right. Very good point. Very good point. Absolutely. Absolutely. On we go.
Know it. I was never in the Greek life, but I felt like being an athlete at an institution, we kind of had like our own sorority and fraternities with like the athletes, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, we have the same way here. Like the football players are basically their own frat in a sense, but like they don't. Us in Greek life, we don't like them.
So that's what I was trying to explain to people is that like there's like commingling there. Because that was actually my next question: do the athletes come to any of your guys' parties?
Oh no, screw those guys! They're assholes. I've had to throw football players out of so many more parties than frat guys. You have no idea.
Yes.
They don't know how to drink because they don't drink, so they don't know how to handle themselves, and they're just dumb and
yeah. But okay, so you would say that you felt safe there, right? Was there any like violence that happened over like?
No, never. I mean, we had like a couple things that would happen from like people from out of town, like a lot of people from like Spokane or Seattle for some weird reason will come out to Moscow Pullman area to come party. And there was like a kid that got like robbed at gunpoint, I think, a few years ago. But it was somebody that wasn't even from here. Anytime we ever have anything kind of crazy like that happen, it's always somebody that's not from here.
So kind of like the situation where they're saying that somebody came from, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird though because he was also at Wazoo, and like we're like as colleges we're pretty close over. Like it's not normal for like several cars of like kids to go back and forth to go to each other's parties and bars. Like we like enjoy doing that.
Yeah, it's like yeah, and I think that's an aspect that people maybe don't get how close those two campuses are until this case. I'm not gonna lie, like as much of an athlete as I am and I follow sports, I never realized how close WSU and Moscow, Idaho was in terms of like, wow, those campuses are like, when I went to Cincinnati, like Xavier and Cincinnati are literally one exit apart from each other. And it's kind of like very similar with these two schools. It's like what, 15-minute drive?
Yeah, like literally right around 15 minutes. Usually more because you can kind of cook it on that highway.
You can book it.
They're usually less because you can cook it. Yeah, you can haul ass on that highway.
Yeah,
you can. I mean, most people do like 70 to 75 on that thing anyway.
Okay. So you felt like pretty safe there. Like there was no instances. Nobody,
No, dude. I mean, we always walk home pissed drunk from the bars at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. The only danger was yourself. Don't fall in a creek and drown, and don't pass out on a bench and die of hypothermia. Is essentially the worst things that have ever happened here.
That was a little specific.
Say that again, bud.
That first one was a little specific.
Yep.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm beginning to question this guy because, like I said in the back chat, it's never somebody inside the club. It's always those outsiders causing trouble. Even though we now know what was it, the Friday before the murders, there was a big fight.
Yeah, there was fights all the time. Absolutely, but yeah, there's more.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should obviously be skeptical, but like have an open mind because
of course,
he wasn't being like actually trying to tell the truth, like there would be zero reason for him to do this. So I think we should at least.
It's a good point. Yeah, like I said, definitely skeptics. I'm with all this stuff like this. I am, but there's some interesting points he brings up too.
Oh yeah. But I just wanted to point those little things out.
No, good point. Good.
Yeah, point. I know it's hard to trust anyone.
We all know about the creek and the 2 inches of water or whatever it was. Yeah.
Most definitely.
So, like this, I guess you could say like this reputation of, since this has happened, it's put a spotlight on Moscow and the area. Has it, since this has happened, have you looked at, are there things about it that like you didn't know before and that you know now? Or do you think that that's like rumorville versus, you know, how do you feel about when your city's being spotlighted? Are they getting it right or are they getting it wrong?
Yeah, that's what was like weird for a while. Like I know a lot of us did this. It wasn't just me, but like, you know, when we first heard and we're trying to figure out like what happened, who it was and stuff like that, like we stayed glued to our phones and, you know, sending articles back and forth to each other and stuff like that. But like after a couple weeks, we like, I mean, it all just started to be like a bunch of like nonsense and rumors and people like saying this and that about the college or about the kids, and like we just stopped like looking at it. And like I remember like seeing a bunch of just like crazy things about like all these different types, like just the craziest allegations that you think of. And and I just I don't know, I mean, like we all just
Welcome, Margaret. Thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. We appreciate you very much, and God bless, dear.
You know, especially whenever they caught Bryan too, like when they caught the guy too, we were all like, oh, okay, we are fine. You know what I mean? And like just kind of tried to push back into normal, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I mean, we just kind of, and then it was, you know, like the trial came out, and then, you know, we kind of talked about the trial a little bit, but never really stuck back into the details just because of all like the weird misinformation and the repeated stories and stuff. And, you know, like Steve Gonsalves Sr. was everywhere, and, you know, it was just kind of like enough is enough. I mean, we already kind of live here. We have to, you know, we're subjected to the reporters being on campus and knocking on all the doors and everything. And I mean, heck, just driving onto campus every single day was just depressing because every single entrance was covered in flowers, and you know, it was just basically a big memorial. Every entrance was just a memorial to all 4 students, and it was just, I don't know. I mean, even I at one point just kind of wanted it to be over, wanted it to be done, you know. And you know, I told you, Lana, why I reached back out, you know, kind of specifically, because when, you know, when a couple other things happened, it just got me kind of curious, and then that's when I started to look back into some things, and then I started seeing things that connected, and I don't know, it was just kind of weird, like this, the more stuff I found, it just all kind of connected itself. Not that it meant anything, but just that it was there, you know. And I just ran across you, and I ran across Daniel. You guys are the only 2 that I've really watched or know about in this space. I don't really know of anybody more, besides like the couple he shared the video with. And then, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much kind of it.
Yeah.
So nobody talks about it. Nobody, hey, did you see this? Did you see that? That hasn't happened in months now. No, you know, it's just kind of dead.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna now. When I had talked to you earlier, I said, "Hey, anything that you don't ever feel comfortable, you know, answering, you just say, Lana, pass." You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I just want you to feel, you know, however it is that, whatever makes you feel comfortable, not comfortable. You know yourself, and I respect. So if I ask a question and you're just like, "Hey, I just don't feel comfortable answering that," just say so, and you know, we're moving on, buddy. So, so I guess we're always taught to, you know, when a police officer says something to you, it's, hey, a police is telling you this, right? It's like the truth, you know what I mean? Law enforcement, you know, for you guys that were in like the Greek life, like anything that would be told to us, like even by like our parents, you know what I mean? Like anybody that's in like that role of being, you know, authoritative, and that they would never lie to us, right? So let's start. I want to start on like when you woke up on November 13th, which was, you know, a Sunday. So like on November 12th, there was a a football game that day, right?
Yeah, I didn't go to that football game. Because we
Welcome, Mystic, to the family. Appreciate you becoming a member. Thanks for jumping in the sauce with us. Appreciate you.
partied super hard the night before Friday. We had a huge party, so I did not feel like going out or drinking really hard or anything Saturday.
Okay.
A lot of us stayed in.
Like, if you were to go out, would you like have a normal place that you would like tailgate? Like, how does that normally work? Like for game days?
Yeah, so for other people, I don't know, but for frats and sororities, I think they might. But for frats specifically, we do. We have spots that we go tailgate, and so they're designated areas that like our alumni or we go out there into like the parking spots, and we'll set up like tents and bring out speakers and grills and have like pretty big events and hundreds of, it's basically like a big old block party with all of Greek Row, but like condensed down. And yeah, you just kind of like drink, play music, play some long games, have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
No one really watches the football games up here. You just go to the game.
I get that. I understand that. That's how kind of we were with Cincinnati. They are when we were there, our men's team, our football team was like, they were just starting to get decent. We could go just walk in there. There'd be like a couple hundred people. I mean, now it's obviously like sold out and whatever. But we remember back in the days when we would just be able to stroll in there and be like, yeah, whatever. We're gonna go watch a blowout. Like, so times have changed for us as far as representing Cincinnati. So when you said that you guys had that bigger party on Friday night, was that King area, like the houses over there where the girls live, that 1122 King, are those houses over there like known for like, hey, that's fraternity and sorority people?
The entire road is not just King, but Taylor Ave right there in front of it too. Basically every single apartment, house, whatever you want to call it, anything over there, that's the campus line. So that's like the closest place you can live to campus without being on campus. And that's all Greek life students, basically.
Okay. So it's like so it's not just the King and the Queen, like you're saying.
No, like half the whites, at least, are all Greek life students. The browns behind it are all Greek life too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically just like a mini Greek community over there.
Okay. And then
yes, ma'am.
I find that absolutely fascinating, and it made me think of a lot of things, but the main thing is like this stupid narrative of like it was a quiet night in Moscow and like everyone was sleeping. If those like 2 rows or area is basically like Greek Row 2.0 or like Greek Row extended, there's no way that like they weren't people everywhere on a Saturday night after a game day.
It's never quiet.
In a
I agree.
college town, like
yeah, it's never quiet. Always, there's photographs I've seen of like 30 people hanging out on the whites, on the balconies and stuff, just hanging outside, partying. You know what I mean? Down in the parking lot. Same with the Browns. I mean, it's just never quiet. And it wasn't quiet that night either. I don't care what anybody's saying. How much noise did we hear that night throughout multiple different cameras and audios, guys? So we know it wasn't quiet.
And then it makes me think like, okay, who put out the directive to say that you were asleep? Because they're all saying the same thing.
Everybody's saying they were asleep.
They all were asleep at the conveniently the right time. No one saw anything. So
right.
Just say that.
That's a good point. Very good point, dear. Very good point.
I don't think they thought that it would look suspicious to just stick to that narrative. But when you listen to it and you're on the receiving end of that, it's like, really? Okay, you're all college students, you're all Greek life, Saturday, big game weekend, and you all went to bed, took a nap early, or went to bed early around 8 o'clock or something. Like, really? Like, no, like that's unbelievable to me. Maybe 1 or 2, maybe somebody didn't feel well, maybe somebody just wasn't into it. But that many people claiming that? I think
so. Bianca Perez, which we covered that interview slightly, she even said she went to bed early that night too. And I don't know what's going on with all this, you guys. I don't. I told you guys a long time ago, welcome Mackenzie, that it looked like a lot of people were distancing from this situation in their own way. So
I agree.
Yeah. Well, that definitely could be it, but the reason why I thought of that is because, especially when we look at these like very early, like the first 6 to 8 months or whatever, I don't think anyone in that town realized how big this case would get.
Agreed.
I don't think they realized this would become an international story that people would be talking about for decades. I thought they pretty much thought it was going to stay local or maybe within Idaho. So I like try to keep that in mind when they say certain things at these first initial interviews.
Right.
Before it blew up.
Good point. Very good point. And that's why I allowed and had all you guys join. I really want to hear your guys' thoughts on this as we go through it, compared to, like I said, with the knowledge that we have now received over the past 3 months or 4 months now. It just kind of opens up more doors, in my opinion. As you'll hear, there's much more interesting stuff coming too, for sure. So
Yeah, the peripheral has expanded at this point for sure. I mean,
big
there's,
time.
So yeah.
I mean, it was big back then. And when we heard this, then we were like, oh wow, okay. And now it's like, holy shit. You know what I mean? So
Absolutely. This is
very
why it's
interesting
interesting to go
points.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's why
will
it's
always
interesting.
do this. Always, no matter what it is, we go back to the beginning every time we get new info, because there's things that absolutely need to be pointed out, I think. Go ahead, Moto.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, there was a lot of truth in what Dave had to say at this point in time. Right now,
Yeah.
you can confirm some of it, and it just, it goes to show that there's, honest people out there.
Yes. Very good point, sir. And I appreciate that. Absolutely. For sure. By the way, Miss Tandy dropped a list in here, guys, to help her out this year. She is a teacher, so if anybody's interested in helping her in that aspect, the link is right here. It would be greatly appreciated in many aspects. So thank you guys for that ahead of time.
What other areas, like, are there like apartment complexes around? Like, where do you?
Yeah, so you know those. That's where I was going to show you on Google Maps. Is there a way I could do that?
Yeah, we'll come back around there to do all the maps at the end. So yeah. So we'll bring that question back around so we can look at that. That'll be perfect.
Yeah, because I can show you where everything is, what the names of it are, like where certain things are too. And then because it'll kind of like help you make a path of like where people go and how they get there too.
Okay, so now for you wake up in the morning on November 13th. Can you just describe your day?
Yeah, so I woke up and I was super groggy from the night before too, because I still drank and smoked a little bit, not gonna lie. But still a Saturday, But so I don't remember like exactly when I woke up. I just remember like waking up and opening up my Snapchat, and there were dozens of Snapchat messages in all the group chats. And I just remember like it was just kind of whack. And then like I got up and I was like getting ready for work. And then like when I kind of like woken up a little bit more, I started to go through them because I did not want to have to read a lot of shit early in the morning. And then I ended up like I was just sitting there scrolling through it, and then opened up the messages, and then there it was. It was like, holy shit, did you guys hear about what happened? Like blah 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 blah. And I'm scrolling up, and there's just lines and lines and lines of text. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's awake. I mean, and this is before 9:30 on a Sunday, and I remember.
Pay attention to the time, guys. Before 9:30 that morning, he said there were lines and lines of people talking about it, which would tell me they've been at it for a little bit of period of time. Okay, early that morning. I'm gonna go as early as 8 o'clock, maybe a little earlier. Who knows? But these are the Snapchat groups going to town, having these conversations about it. So before 9:30 in the morning, I'm gonna tell you that was an interesting point right away to me, right away. So just to point it out.
I think there was even something before that.
There was. Kim said that her daughter, WSU Kim, had said that her daughter, if I remember correctly, when she first talked to me about it, 8:30 that morning, she had known about it. So I'm going to guess that it was going on even earlier than that, you guys.
Oh,
just a thought.
Do you think anybody reading the Snapchat would have said, have you called the police or whatever? I mean,
you would think that, but that's our mentality, Carrie. That's the problem. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to
Yes.
take, I even asked my kids. My kids 28, 30, 31, 32 now. When this happened, they were in their 20s still. What would you guys have done? And they were like, "Oh my God, you know better. We'd have called the police immediately." My 20-year-old, I've asked him, he's like, "Same thing, Dad." You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's just the college life and the college attitude because of or fraternity attitudes about what they're taught or what they know or how they're supposed to live. I don't know. I don't know what to think on that, but that's the first thing I'd have done, regardless. But
I
I
would
think he
love,
touches on that a little bit too, Terry. It's a good question.
yeah, I would love to have those Snapchats and read them verbatim.
Oh my God. I'd pay for that. I would. That's where the money would be worth it. Yes.
That would
Yes.
solve the case.
Probably 100%, especially the phone stuff. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Remember now, there's rules in the Greek life.
Well, that's the problem, guys. And don't forget that. I pulled a handbook once, the sorority handbook, and it literally says word for word, if was it worded? In the cause or in the case of a death happening, do not contact the president, I think it was, of your sorority before contacting family or police. And I went, what?
Literally,
how is that even legal? But that's what it says.
Yep. And they follow it. They follow it.
They do, and then some. And I told you guys, I believe there were phone calls made from that house early morning hours, 4 or 5 a.m., something like that, more than likely, either to a college entity of sorts, an entity within the college, or law enforcement of sorts, before anything else happened. I truly believe that. And I will not. And I also believe, you guys, and I've said this too, without fail, that there were people there up to the point where 911 was called that left. I think there was more people there than what we think. And that's something that WSU Kim verified as well.
That would explain like the demeanor, on the body cams footage, of a lot of the students that did show up, right? So it's kind of like they're, even Hunter, Ethan's brother, he just looked like he was like, what's going on? Like, I'd be like, yo, let me in. That's my brother. I don't even care. Arrest me. I want to see my brother. You know what I mean?
I can agree.
So
yes,
I think that just reveals it.
Right. Yes, Kwanda.
Yeah, I still I'm digesting this whole Greek row extension thing, and something I really would love to know, and I can't remember who it was, but was it Kaylee and Maddie or Kaylee and Xana left their sororities?
Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana all left their sororities.
Okay, so all three of them left their sororities. That's a big deal. It could be something as simple as financial stuff, but there could be a whole other bunch of reasons where there could be a lot of drama associated with it. So given that area is so small and essentially Greek row, I find it so interesting that all three of them chose to stay in that house, in a party house, given what was going on. So I really would love to know if they left on good terms or not.
Well, I think the rumor was the reason why they left had something to do with having to pay. Tomboy might be able to know and correct me on this, but I think it had to do with them having to pay dues or something while they weren't staying in the house and things like that. Partially.
Yeah, that's the common reason, but I hope there's a document.
I think right.
We can't. That says that.
We can't find one, and I think Kim from Typically Unique was looking into that pretty deeply. We still can't find anything. I think there's more to it than that. That's just my personal opinion.
So too. I don't think it's a coincidence, but yeah.
Well, right.
So the thing is, especially in Idaho, Greek life is a cult. They don't think logically.
Yes, it is.
It is all about it is all about what will the fraternity. We got to go to the fraternity. We got to go to the sorority, and take the orders from them above all.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, every organization, literally to get in, even with mine, there are super secret initiation rituals that you do for every organization. So yeah, it's definitely very culty.
100%.
I just have a hard time believing that. I don't know so much about the frats, but the sororities. I mean, I was in a sorority, and granted, it was some time back, but I just don't. We didn't have any initiation rituals or cult-like things.
Oh, it's way different, Carrie, than it. My sister was in a sorority, and it's nothing at all. Even when she was in it, then like it is now, nothing at all.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's changed a lot. Some of my daughter's friends, they went to college, they were in sororities, and it's way different now. Way, way, way different. The boundaries are limitless at this point as compared to like when we were in school. It was just there was a lot more integrity, it seems to be back then, Terry, and a lot more of the old rules were followed, and there was more, like I said, mostly more integrity. It's so different now. It's crazy from what I've been hearing. So
Yeah, and I would just really quickly, I would say so much so like how common it is. Like I would actually be very, very, very surprised if I heard about a organization or a chapter that did not have some type of like super secret
right.
initiation ritual.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
Very good points.
it's so scary that it's gotten that bad.
Yeah, and it's changed a lot.
Yeah, it's really bad.
My understanding is the sororities are worse than they ever were now.
Yeah.
Based on my
Girls are vicious.
my daughter's friends.
You can see in the generations, though, there's a shift in values.
Yes, big time.
And that has a lot to do with what we are seeing right now, and what is actually also occurring. So, we have to
Agreed.
keep that in mind also.
Definitely agreed. Yeah. Very
the
good
bar has
point.
been lowered. Yeah.
Big time.
For that, because I had to go to work and I ended up not going.
I'm sorry, Dylan. What?
I was just gonna say the curve of intelligence and common sense and absolute stupidity has widened more than it's ever been before. We are in the smartest age, but we also have the most idiots that we've ever had before.
Facts,
and a lot of those and a lot of those idiots, they will follow anything that they're told. They will not along, no matter what.
We basically have a class system right now when it comes to intelligence, critical thinking skills, just like general knowledge, and it's like actually very shocking in terms of the US as a whole population.
Sure. Yeah. Good point. Cassie 717 said my daughter was a Pi Beta Phi, and it was just like this. But she was in a sorority about the time that this happened in 22, and she got out after a year. See, that's the same thing. Two of my daughter's friends were in, one of them was in OSU and a sorority up there. And then one of them was in Miami of Ohio. There was a sorority there that she was involved in. And I'm telling you, both of them said the same damn thing. They lasted a year, and they were like, it's bullshit. And they got out. And it's like, it used to be when you joined a sorority, like probably back in our time, Terry, when you joined a sorority, you did the whole time, and it was something you enjoyed. It's just not like that anymore. It's crazy. So very cult-like from the things I heard. The sororities seem to have, from what the girls that told me, they have more, not so much hazing, but more, I guess we could call it cult-like experiences that they have, and ceremonial stuff.
It's a lot of rules. I can't remember, like there's like a number, like a list of like signs you're in a cult, and like one of them is like control of like your behavior or something.
Yes, so, very controlling.
Yeah.
You don't do this, you don't do that, you sleep at this. I mean, the one girl, Katie, one of my daughter's friends, said that she was told to go to bed by a certain time, to be in her room at a certain time, to wear certain type clothes on certain days, all sorts of crazy shit. And I went, what?
Yeah, clothes is a really big thing.
Yeah. And so I just like, and they weren't, she was like, you're supposed to be a union of friends and family, like sisters, right? And she said that it was nothing like that. Right.
The color of the clothes you're wearing is really big.
Yep. Compliance and all sorts of crazy shit. And they were like, both of them said, yeah, it was like not even a full year. And they were both like, nope, I'm out. Bye. So.
Yeah. Yeah, the first thing is control. That's how you know what a cult is. That is
Uh-huh.
control. It's all about control.
It's almost like prepping them to be in a cult after they get out. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of brainwashing and trauma bonding,
Yes.
happens. And when trauma bonds are hard to break.
And then something
So
else these two girls told me, both from different campuses in the same period of time. This was years ago, but still, that thing like assaults, there was a lot of sexual assaults on campuses, on both campuses, and those were to not ever be talked about. You don't go to police, you don't go to like campus security, you don't go to anybody. You keep your mouth shut and you just deal with it. And I said, no, that's not, no, 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 no. And both girls said, yes, that's a regular thing here because a lot of times it happened within the fraternities, and you don't out the fraternities because then you create walls and stuff like. I said, what the fuck are you talking about?
yeah.
You don't bury a sexual assault. I'm sorry, but you don't do that. And they both looked at me and went, yes, you do. If you want to live a comfortable life and you want that, I said, nah, fuck you. No, no, no. I'm sorry, but that is not okay.
No,
but they said it happens regularly. So
I can tell you something that they did. It was really out of control on this one, but we had like mailboxes, the mail slots on the wall.
Yeah.
Your name on it. Okay. And myself and 4 other girls that we all hung out together. I mean, we were like, our clique. Somebody had put in newspaper baby powder in there to be like, you're doing coke. And all of us called a meeting. Yeah, we called a meeting. We're like, what the hell is this? We're not doing coke. And I don't understand why you would do something like this. No, to this day, I don't know who did it, but it's ridiculous.
People trying to frame people for doing
Yeah. Yeah.
That is insane. That's insane.
So it hasn't changed too much then, Terry, see?
Yeah, I know. As you say that, yep.
But you can see just by what you mentioned, Dago, that, that's the culture you cover up because this is, the interest in preserving the interest of the university and its Greek life. That's
Bingo.
And that's what's happened here.
Well,
this
so
case.
take that into account, realize and think about the cover up of the case itself and what we're talking about with all this. It all lines up. Whether the fraternities were involved in the murders themselves, they're still taught, because I still think they have guilty knowledge. They're still taught you don't talk, period.
That's right. They're still complicit by keeping information.
Yeah, guilty knowledge is guilty knowledge. End of story.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I have to. You got to compare the dynamic with the Greek life in Idaho to football at Penn State. Joe Paterno and Sandusky were able to get. They were able to get away with what they were able to get away with for so long because football is life at State College, Pennsylvania. Much like Idaho. You talk to everybody. Why'd you go to Idaho? Greek life.
Same thing with Ohio State, Dylan.
That is their number one recruiting tool.
Yeah. Same with Ohio State. Football is life at Ohio State, and that's what it was all about. If a football player could do no wrong up there. I had friends that were football players. Like I used to tell you, I would go up there every weekend and party. I didn't go to school there, but I was up there every damn weekend partying, and my friends were football players, and they could do whatever the hell they wanted to. Never failed. So.
Yeah, and I mean, like, those, depending on the there's a lot of organizations that are like that, and depending on the one, like, it just goes higher and higher the more the organization, more power the organization has. So, like, that's why we have the Epstein, whatever, class now. It's like a total cult of people who've just done evil things.
Definitely. There's more to come, guys. We're just discussing these things. We're moving on, but yeah, 100%. You guys are absolutely on point for sure. On we go.
Because I wanted to be with my brothers, right? Kind of obvious. But yeah, and like I don't remember what the exact time I woke up, but I remember we were all talking about it. We all knew about it, and like my boss and my coworkers were texting me you know, asking me like if everything was okay, and they had even heard about things. They heard like it was a shooting and stuff like that. So, and yeah, it was kind of weird because like at the beginning, everyone said like at the beginning, like the very first messages where people were talking about stabbings
Okay.
or like a stabbing had occurred. And then it changed to an OD, and it was just kind of weird. Like looking back on it, it changed to an OD so quickly, and like nobody questioned it, and like we didn't question it either because we knew there were drugs in that house, and like just genuinely thought like, okay, they got a bad batch, and that's just what happened.
Did you guys hear that? We knew there were drugs in that house, and
Bingo.
figured they may have got a bad batch. When we're told that never happened, but listen close. He points out some very important things, and another thing he just said, I think you guys need to focus on. We were told it was a shooting, and then it changed very quickly to an overdose. Think about that for a minute. About what that sounds like to me is narrative crafting. They were working on coming up with a story that was going to be comfortable enough for the whole thing to work and creating a narrative, and they bounced around to a few different things before they hit on what they did. That's my opinion.
Right, because you see it on the news. It happens in bigger cities. Guess it just ended up, you know, coming this far up. You know, we live in a tiny town. We're a couple hours away from Canada. We don't really think like a lot of bad stuff like that gets up here. But yeah, so that's just what we took, and we just kind of accepted it.
Let me ask you really quick there with that. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. So at 9,
no, you're fine.
So you said you had to go to work, and you said you had to be to work at 9:30. So this would have happened before, like you got to work.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. No. This was definitely and it was like I don't know 5-10 minute drive to work, and like I had to like get ready too. So you're talking like well before 9 o'clock in the morning at least.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm not late to like I don't like to be late to things. My parents taught me never to be late to things, so I just
that's kind of how
I'm always on time. Yeah, and so you know I always wake up on time. Doesn't matter if I'm hungover or not. If I know I'm going to be hungover, I'll wake up an extra half hour early to be hungover for a little bit and then get through it. You know, it's not hard. I don't know. We learn how to work hard, play hard here. But yeah, so just basically, long story short, yeah, I know for a fact it was before 9:30, and like we were all talking about it, and like you know, I came over and
like you said, I'm sorry again. I didn't mean, I just was emphasizing on this because when you told me this, I was like, wait a second. So they initially said like it was stabbings, and then they said, wait, no, it's what do you call it? It's OD.
Yeah.
Something had a bad batch.
Yeah, and it was super quick too. It was like within like the first couple of messages.
No, they misspoke there. They initially said it was a shooting, then an overdose, and then it moved on to the stabbing.
It was like, and then it just immediately, the rest of it was like all OD. Like I remember like a small portion of it was like stabbings all the way at the top, like the very first few messages, and then like the rest of it was all OD. Because I was like, oh, okay, well if everyone's talking about an OD, it's got to be an OD, right? So. And like I said before, it didn't surprise us. We just kind of figured, you know, that's what happened. They pulled a short straw with the bad batch. And
like you, because you're like, oh yeah, like if they're partying over there, because like that's what they party over there.
Yeah.
So like, then they would have. Oh man, if they all were doing the same product, then that could easily be the case that they would, you know, could have OD'd.
100%. I mean, we were talking about like, holy crap, that could have been us.
Saw that it wasn't like it was outside of the scope of believing. Like, oh my god, what do you mean? Like,
no, like we know they do drugs, take drugs. Yeah.
Did somebody say something? No. Okay, sorry, I misheard that.
No, not at all. Like I told Daniel this too. We used to buy from Daniel.
They said everybody was stabbed, and then it went to no, everybody OD'd.
Yeah, well, it wasn't like, because like that's the thing, right? It's King Street. It's like they rent them out by like the rooms at that place, and so like different people live there at different times. So we didn't know who exactly had what happened to them, but we just knew something had happened.
Okay.
And so it was like we heard that they got stabbed, and it's like, was it all of them? No, we heard it was a few of them, and then it was like, oh, it changed to an OD, and it was like 3 of the girls, and then it was like only the girls. We didn't even hear about excuse me. We didn't even hear about Ethan. Apologize for a little bit here. We didn't even hear about Ethan until like way later in the day too. It was only the girl. I mean, but that was who we were hearing stuff from too. Was the girls. So.
Okay, and then so like, this was all going through Snapchat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then so it was like, did you guys, did like people say that they were like? Did that come from a roommate that was a surviving roommate, or was it like
we all have connections to almost all the girls in that house, so it was like a collective, like all of us heard
like somebody that was in like, so when you said it was like a group,
fashion.
yeah, like when you said it was like a group message or a group chat, it would be like if you have multiple people in like a messenger type thing, right?
Yeah, no, we have like 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 people group chat.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That many? Oh my God.
Yeah, oh yeah, we have like half a dozen of them. And we, like, I mean, we'll go through 20 of those every semester too. Oh yeah.
If you have mass, okay, so like there's mass people in these group chats. It's not just like 6 people or 7 people. It's like you have a ton of people.
We were talking about it in our specific like fraternity group chat, and then like the smaller ones, but we also have group chats in the other ones too. And I mean, it was like everything was just blowing up. I mean, everything was. And so I kind of, I'm seeing everything blow up, and I'm going to listen to what the boys have to say, because it's like, all right, there's a bunch of crazy crap going on. What are the boys saying first? All right. And then figuring it out. And
so. Because you're trying to weed out like the rumors, or basically, I don't even say the rumors.
And it's a bunch of like, I mean, it's people going, hey, are you okay? Hey, did you go out last night? I mean, we're still a community too at the end of the day, so it's just a bunch of like, I mean, there was so much going on that morning. Like I genuinely, I can't put it into words. I mean, it's, I mean, we're all 20-year-old kids. We don't know how to navigate that,
yeah,
so it's chaos. It was just chaos, really.
So like these, so there would have been, you said that since there was just so many people in that, therefore, if they were asked by like authorities to be like, as far as like communicating, so like, I just from like an investigative standpoint, holy crap, I got to look through all these like, because like their Facebook was, there's a search form for that and everything. So when you get all this, the returns back, you're like, oh my God, look at all these group chats, right? You see all these group chats, and you're like, oh my God, there's all these names in here. But it wasn't the Facebook type of thing. It was Snapchat, right?
Yeah, we only use Snapchat. I don't think anybody uses Facebook for really anything.
What about like
anymore.
Instagram? Like, do you guys like message people like on Instagram? Like,
no, Instagram's old news too now.
So it's like, I think it's all Snapchat.
Yeah, no, it is. Everything's on Snap.
And that way people think like, oh yeah, then it disappears and it goes away. But that's not the case.
And we all know that too. We just like living in, I guess, our own worlds. I don't know.
Yeah.
It makes you feel safer, I guess.
Yeah, like you're just thinking that like.
My understanding, and I'll just be honest with you, Daniel and Lana both told me that Dave was actually truly a guy. For those of you that are wondering. Just a minute.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to verify that because I see some of the statements that you guys thinking, and I get it. I do. But way back when Daniel said it was a guy, and so did Lana. So,
it's just some of the things that the
phrasing. I know.
Yeah, cause like the boys was a big thing because that typically means he's not in Greek life or it's one of the girls.
Well, I took it as like the boys, like him and the boys are doing the thing. My son talks that way too with his friends. I don't know. It's weird, but
I feel like you would have like, to me, it kind of feels like it would have been the guys.
That's what I would have said, but my son says me and the boys do this and do that too. So I guess it's just on how you are, who you are, and how you maybe the raising that you had and stuff. It all depends on little things like that, I think. And that question is the big question, Kawanda. Who's crafting the narrative? Well, many options with that one, in my opinion. Whether it's the university or MPD or whoever, but yeah, agreed. There's somebody doing it without a doubt.
My question is, Snapchat, okay, it goes away, but it really does. Nothing goes away 100%, right? Because
They can get it. Yeah, they can get it for sure.
So, do you remember? Maybe I missed something, but in all of these interviews, they never mention anything about like the Snapchats that went out in the morning. This is the only one that they really talk about. Is Dave?
I think because they were told not to, Terry. I think that was point blank. We do not, like I said before, when they did the victimology Sigma Chi interviews, I think there was a meeting beforehand and they said, this is what you talk about. This is what you don't talk about. This is how you talk about it. This is who you refer to and who you don't refer to. 100%. That I have no doubt that that's how this happens, because they want to make sure that nothing is slipped, that nothing is broke down, nothing is able to be talked about, any of it. That's truly how I believe these things happen. Because that's a good point you just brought up, guys. If we notice in any of the interviews, all the interviews we've gone through, the FOIAs and everything, nobody talks about this. Nobody. And I think that is a point that is made not to do it. So
yeah,
it's a good catch and a good point.
If you were a policeman and you're doing the interview, why not? But the police didn't even ask about it.
Well, I don't think that it was widely known that that was a specificity at that point way back then until they started doing the interviews, and some of it did come out within the interviews. But then after that, it wasn't a thing. So they realized nobody was going to talk on it. You know what I mean? Just my opinion.
I would love to have had them ask Dylan or Bethany, why didn't you call 911? You can't. They said they were sleeping. Well, you couldn't have been sleeping because there were Snapchats going on.
We all would love for them to have done that. 100%. Yes. Absolutely. They should have.
Yeah, I just sent like a picture and then boop, it's gone. You know what I mean? That's what you think.
Yeah, exactly.
So wow, so like you get blown up with all these messages, and then did people, and you don't have to answer this, I'm only asking because I'm just were people saying it happened over there at that house? Like, were people not like?
Yeah, no, we knew like it was at the King Street, like it was at the 6 Man at King Street. We knew something happened at that place.
Okay, so like the people go.
We knew it was the Popeye's house. We knew it was something that happened with the girls. And it might, like, they could have mentioned it, like they could have mentioned Ethan too at the time, but they I mean, what happened to the girls, mainly it's the girls' house. We know the girls, I mean, our kind of channel, I guess, is more through them.
Okay.
Okay. No, but we didn't hear of if anybody was like outside or.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Does anybody like go? So it's just like people just trying to get the word out, like not necessarily like go over there and help type of thing. It was.
Yeah, well, and like, I mean, it happens. Honestly, like what we all did, you just take your phone and bust into the room down the hall. Holy shit, did you guys just hear about this? And then you sit down and you're glued to your phones for the next 4 hours is essentially like what we all did. I mean, there was like 10, 15 of us sitting just silently in the room, just, I mean, a lot of like us upperclassmen, we knew the girls, like we've partied with them. A lot of us have had classes with them, worked on projects one-on-one. I mean, we're a small community too. You see them at the bars, you see them at another party, you say, hey, what's up, Maddie? How you doing? Hey, how you been? Like it's what you do. It's like one of the perks of being in a small town, I guess.
And being in the Greek life, like that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah. No, like, it's being a part of that. Yeah.
Okay. So like, when did you, when you heard that 911 wasn't called until like 11:50, 8 a.m. Did anybody ever say like, wait, what do you mean 911 wasn't called until 11:58 a.m.? Like we all knew like at this time.
Not really, because the information about the call didn't come out until like way later. Like I remember like we didn't know like why everyone was freaking out about it, because like we had already heard about like who had allegedly found them and who had allegedly made the phone call. And I've forgotten that. I'm pretty positive it was Bethany's who we heard back at the time, or it was at least her phone. But there was also some rumors going around about like that the unconscious person phone call was made about one of the roommates that found them. I don't know like all the validity into that. It might be something worth like looking into. And I'd have to go ask the one kid who I was talking to, whose girlfriend is in that sorority, and that's basically where we were getting all of the direct information from. And so I can relay like a refreshed version of that story too, because
Yeah.
I mean we were all I mean they canceled class and everything, and dude, it's just I mean for a lot of us we've never had like anybody die, and like the friends that you were partying with, we saw them Friday night. We were partying out with them Friday night. They stopped by our place, and it's just weird to think like you'll never see that person ever again. And,
it becomes getting more like every minute would get like more real. Like, oh my gosh, like because you're in shock. That's how I would be, at least. Like I would be like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, I think that's honestly the best way to put it is we were all like in shock. I mean, just being so close to it, like that house being our party house. Santa, hosted a lot of parties for us, and I mean, like they were just cool people. They were fun to party with. They knew a lot of people. They did a lot for a lot of people around them. They might have been into drugs or whatever, but didn't deserve what happened to them.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's insane.
Yeah.
Did you? So when you found out that so how do you feel?
Hosted a lot of parties for us, and I mean, like they were just cool people. They were fun to party with. They knew a lot of people. They did a lot for a lot of people around them.
Listen to this statement he makes here real quick. I played this back again on purpose.
They might have, been into drugs or whatever, but didn't deserve what happened to him.
Yeah, I think he's a Sigma Chi.
That's a lot of people think he is. They have, but
If they hosted a lot of parties and Ethan was...
Delts did too, though. Delts were over there too a lot. So, but did you hear what he just said? They may have been into drugs or what, but they didn't deserve. Welcome, Accomplished Day. They didn't deserve what they got. So, it's either a Sigma or a Delt, in my opinion.
I mean,
that's what I've always thought.
I still have the problem with it. I don't know. We don't know if he's referring to Zen and Ethan or all four of them, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that there is no drugs in their system according to the reports. Now they could be omitted. I will give you that, but
we're starting to wonder that, Dylan, lately, or maybe not that night so much, but they were doing it in other aspects, possibly.
I mean, it's the last week, and everybody's going to be there until Thanksgiving. They're going to go all out.
Well, they found the drugs, the blue chopped up drugs on the table, right?
The Adderall, yeah.
Ethan was found to have it.
Do what?
Wouldn't that be something they would find in their autopsy?
Well, I gotta wonder if they purposely, at this point, have been withholding any drugs because of the whole. They've been avoiding the drug topic through the whole thing. So you got to wonder: did they withhold that on purpose in the toxicology, or is it just that they didn't have anything in their system? I don't know. You can take it either way.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Ethan did though. Ethan was proven to have it, and alcohol.
Well, Ethan and Zana had Adderall, but they're alleging cocaine.
There's been a lot of cocaine talk lately. That's another reason why we're reviewing this again.
So my my problem is it would be in their. They would have been taking it that night, and they would have been taking it the night before. It is the final. It's the last weekend. You're gonna go all out.
And it was stated, I don't remember by who, that Maddie or that Kaylee went in the bathroom a lot. I don't know. Okay, I don't know, and I'm not saying that that's what happened, but it could have just been omitted. I don't know. I don't know how much I believe that for sure, but lately with everything coming out, I'm starting to wonder. I'll just be honest with you.
Absolutely. I view all of that with a bit of skepticism.
And
Definitely at this point.
right, and why they would have omitted it? Well, it's to keep from that narrative being started about drugs, because we were told early on, I think 2 days into this, Stacy comes out and says, "Oh, there's no drug aspect to this," and everybody that's talked about it said there's no drug aspect. All the kids in the interviews until recently, and a few of the interviews we've gotten, said there is no drugs, that nobody did drugs. Then you got somebody saying that a detective calling saying that Kaylee did cocaine often. So make up your mind. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. The toxicology, in my opinion, was kind of probably deterred a little bit.
Yeah, I think
Or,
so.
or withheld from the public eye. I'll put it that way.
Because think of it, there was something in their system that, beyond what was already revealed, they
Right.
wouldn't want to know, like, where are they getting that from? Where's that coming from?
Exactly. And like
And-
Tomboy just said, partial tox reports.
Yeah.
That's my thought right there. 1,000,000%.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the other issue that I have with this being the potential drug angle is we know Kaylee was wealthy for a college kid. Usually that drug angle turns sideways when you can't pay the dealer. Kaylee could have paid the dealer.
Very likely. Very likely. You were correct. There's a lot of Venmo stuff going on that doesn't make sense, with some weird tags on them, this and that going on. Multiple Venmos from different people within the group for different things that make no sense. We don't know what their terms are these days, things like that. So welcome, Betty Blue. Just saying, Love and Other Habits. Great to have you here today.
Yeah, and I'm no document dictionary, but for what Pav's latest video, he was going over a document that had the notes from Bryan's transactions, and I don't know if they've already released that on all 4 of the victims, but there's just no way that they didn't collect information about their financial situations, and it's just no way.
Gotcha.
Yeah, from all accounts, Kaylee was very wealthy for a college kid, and assuming Maddie was doing OF, we would have to find her account to see how well she was doing there. But I mean, and we all know the Chapins would shell out to save Ethan and Xana. So
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. One little comment before we start again. This made me think of it was last month or something. I think it was Pistol Pete's interview. I can't remember, but I think it was his. He was saying that Ethan would work for the whole summer to make all of his money that he would then spend for the entire school year. That's total bullshit. There's no way in the year 2022 that Ethan's working, unless it's some illegal shit. There's no way he's working just an average summer job and being able to fund all of his personal stuff for an entire school year.
I think part of in some of the victimology interviews with Sigma Chi, they referenced that they were pointing to something and asking specific questions for a reason. I think I agree with you, because they said Ethan always had money. Well,
yeah.
How? Okay, that's all I'm saying.
His summer job for 2 months that he worked at the
He worked at a tulip farm for.
Oh, I thought it was some beach resort or something.
No, he worked at a tulip farm over the summer, and then that lasted him all year. Come on.
I'm in the wrong line of business.
Common sense, guys. I guess, yeah, if you want to be rich, you got to work making flour. I don't fucking know. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. There's something else going on. That's the other side to it, is that, yes, his parents are wealthy, and obviously they kept him in good finances, or there's something else going on. I don't know.
Yeah, and then obviously we know that, but from the victimology interviews, anything that relates to Ethan money and his family money, they redacted.
Yeah, everything, anything.
So they don't want us to know about Ethan's financial situation, his family's financial situation.
That is my point, dear. Yes, you are on point with that. Absolutely, and then that is correct, Tomboy. And I still wonder why she made the statement that we heard last night. I'm keeping the money, and gets into a car and takes off. That's interesting. So, but no, that's good. Very important to point out, I think, Wanda. Moving on.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't. That's insane.
Yeah.
Did you? So when you found out that so how do you feel like knowing that? Okay, hey, if I say, hey, Dave, 11:58 a.m., this phone call goes out to the police, and I'm like, hey, Dave, you told me that you knew about this like at like 9. Let's say like that I would have come back like months ago when this originally happened. Let's say that I was like your family member, and you're telling me about this, and I would have been like, Dave, wait, you told me that you knew about this like at 9:30 in the morning. Well, 911 wasn't called until like 11:58 a.m. Like, do you think that that's weird? You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Well,
like,
and that's the thing, right? Is like
2.5 hours.
we don't know, and we never really we didn't a lot of us kind of unplugged ourselves from the case and all the news and everything because just we live in it so much. You see dozens of reporters just going to class each day. You don't want to walk out of your freaking house, you know. But we just kind of stayed unplugged to where we didn't really even think about it or connect the dots. And that's why when I heard WSU's Kim's thing, when she said that, and literally when she was talking about how she yelled at her daughter like that, it literally made me think about my mom doing that to me. That's what it felt like, was she was my mom saying that same shit to me. How the hell did you know? And it just it literally just blew my mind. How did we know? How did I not think of that? Wait, what? And it just made me have so many other questions. Holy shit, she's right. And not even to mention that, how the hell did her daughter know? Her daughter goes to WSU. We have way closer. I can go through on my phone, one person or two people and be in that house, right? In that sorority. I've got girls on my phone that are in the sorority. I've got people that know other people in that sorority, upper and lower classmen. How did that girl find out? And because
depending on who people are friends with and stuff like that.
Right, but even then, that quickly, you're gonna go to your inner circles first, right? That's why I was talking to the one kid, because his girlfriend was freaking out, and so he was having to be there for her without being able to go to the sorority. So he's texting her and letting her blow off all this steam and telling me what she's telling him too, amidst the other information that we're receiving. And yeah, it just, I don't know.
Thank you to whoever sent the PayPal, the anonymous. Very much appreciated. And please don't ever worry about how much it is. Every little bit helps. It all comes together and helps too. So thank you. And that goes to anybody that sends any donations via Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, any of it. Especially right now, the bills are due. So every little bit helps, guys, to pay these bills to keep me going. So thank you all so very much.
Honestly, I don't know. I think we just have a really good way of being young and dumb and staying distracted with school and partying and everything else. And not a lot of people question things. Maybe it's just a kid thing. I don't know, but we just.
No, I get that. So this may be just opinionate. Unless you have personal knowledge, but for 911 not to be called for 2.5 hours, let's just say, but everybody else is messaging each other, that would mean that somebody had to message to get this thing going. It had to be from the inner circle of whoever was in that house to have possibly told everybody to get that going. You get what I'm trying to say?
100%.
Yeah.
100%, I agree, and that's where I'm asking the same questions. Is what did those girls do? But what did they do? How did we all know before the cops even got freaking called? I just didn't connect the dot. It didn't, I don't know, man. I mean,
yeah.
It just
no, and you said it to me. You're yeah, that's why when this stuff started happening later on, and you're that's why I wanted to say something, because this is not how did we know? Why did we know? How is this in the chat? Where did this come from?
And,
you get what I'm trying to say?
For me too, yeah, and for me too, and I just kind of thought of this as another point too. You just asked, I don't watch true crime stuff. Not a lot of us really do.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we all are we're with each other constantly, right? And so that's all we know. And so to us, everybody knows what we know. And so we assume that everybody knows that we knew before the cops were called too.
I got you. Yeah. Like you're
right?
you're
Like,
over here thinking,
because
well,
we don't,
yeah,
like,
they have to know.
we all obviously knew.
Yeah.
Like, same thing with, like, who made the phone call and everything. When the reporters were freaking out about that, we were like, why is this a big deal? We don't, like, who cares? Like, it doesn't, like, we already know. Like, it doesn't, like, you know what I mean? It's just, I guess, like, the ignorance of not knowing how important
Yeah, your head
it
isn't
is.
going to something that's like, this is nefarious, what's going on. You know, you're not thinking that, like, the reason that the 911 call that happened, it wasn't because of nefarious reasons. It just had, like, but you had a great way of explaining it. Like, we're not thinking about it like that. We're thinking that, you know what we know, but we're not realizing that that doesn't make sense actually now when you say it. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just like,
yeah, literally, until, like, I took WS scan, like, me hearing her yell, and it was like a wake-up call in my head. Holy crap, dude, like, we all knew this before the rest of the world basically did. Like, how and why? And I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
yeah. But so, like, now, like, so, like, let's say that I was, like, your family member and I had you over our house for, like, Thanksgiving, because that was, like, after, like, that holiday, and then you have Christmas, and then here's my ass. I have, like, a true crime channel, and I'm over here like, oh my God, Dave, you go to this school, like, I'm doing a whole big thing on this case, like, what's going on? And if, like, you would have said that to me at, like, Thanksgiving dinner, let's say, or at Christmas, when, you know, whatever holiday, you know, and I was, like, nagging you, like that, you know, crazy cousin that's, like, nagging you, but I would have been like, wait, you do realize that, like, 911 wasn't called until this time, and then this, like, you do realize it's a big deal. Because when you would have said, like, if you would have said that to me because of what I do, I would have been like, wait, what are you talking about? You knew before the cops. Or I would have
even my mom would have been the same way too. Yeah, like, if I, like, it literally sounds exactly like what my mom would say. And I maybe I just didn't tell her that whenever we talked about it. I don't remember, but
well, because
yeah,
unless you were watching the press conferences, unless you watch those pressers, like, glued to your TV, you know, and you watch those pressers, as far as, like, this is when 911 was called, and I mean, maybe there's more to that whole 911 issue. Maybe there's a different phone call that nobody knows about. But
yeah, maybe they truly do know something we don't, you know.
Yeah. You know, then maybe that's why they're not releasing it, because there's multiple 911 calls. Like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, it could really be anything.
But thinking that there was only just the one 911 call that came in at, like, 11:50, you know, and you guys knew about it, you know, hours beforehand. Did anybody ever, like, start speaking about that ever? Like, did anybody bring that up, like, to say, hey,
like, how did we know before everyone else did?
Who told us? Yeah, who started this?
No. I mean, we cared more about, like, it happening, I guess, than how the information got to us, and just didn't think to even question it.
Okay. Like, and it's something like, were any of, like, okay, so now we get into the investigation, which is like, okay, at one point you heard the stabbings, and at one point you heard the drugs, and then you hear someone getting shot up. Was anybody, like, saying things like, oh my gosh, because there was a period of time, like 7 weeks, there's nobody that's arrested, right? They said this was an isolated, targeted attack. During that time, I mean, were you nervous that, like, someone's coming for, like, you, or that the other people were like, oh my God, I'm nervous they're going to come for me, or, like, does that make sense? Like, would anybody talking about that? Like,
yeah, a lot of people were. There were a lot of girls that, like, I walked home from work, because where I worked, there were other businesses that were attached to it, and, like, we all closed at the same time, and so I would walk girls, like, back to their car and stuff, and I had a talk with a girl that went to Wazoo that was freaking out about it, and I remember, like, it took me, like, quite a while just to, like, kind of convince her, like, you know, you live with your boyfriend, you know, he's got his baseball bat, you don't even fit the bill, like, you go to a different college, you're not even in a sorority, like, but I mean, like, whenever, you know, we were talking about it, like, back in the frat house, we didn't know if we had, like, an actual, like, fucking Ted Bundy on our hands or not, you know?
Yeah,
like, is this somebody that's just gonna go around and
were the cops coming to you guys?
figure out where he has an opportunity? No, we never got Cops never talked to any of us. Not the 3 that got the MIP. Not like didn't come up and knock, didn't check our trash, didn't nothing.
You never talked one time to a police officer.
No, they never came to us.
Now, if that's not a red flag, I don't know what is, because this is a frat, a member of a fraternity. What I thought they talked to all of them. They never talked to any of them at this fraternity. So that tells me this isn't Sigma Chi. I'm curious. Unless this was before no, it wouldn't have been. No, it wouldn't have been before they talked to those guys. So that's just real crazy interesting to me that they did not talk to these guys. So just saying.
And when I said to you in the message, like, don't fit the bill, like that is a red flag to me. Like,
Yeah,
why would you say that?
It is. What does he mean by it though? Like, was it because they were girls? Is that what he's referring? It could have been many different things he's referring to, but I agree, it is a definite red flag.
Yeah, he's like, you're not in a sorority, you're not a part of the Greek life. So does that mean that was a motivator for what happened? Do you know something that everybody else doesn't know? Like,
or is he, because I think he knows a little bit more about certain other things, and is he referring to maybe this girl doesn't deal in drugs, is not involved in drugs, possibly, because he refers to that many times here. So I gotta wonder, it could be a couple different things. Realize, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for
but
sure.
It's definitely something to keep track of. I'll just say that. Good catch, good point.
You know anybody that, you don't have to say their name. You don't have to say their name at all. But I'm saying, do you really know some people that were like questioned by the police?
About this, no.
So nobody ever came to you and were like,
nothing about the murders, nothing about, nothing. Mm-mm.
So they said they performed 500 interviews. Who were they?
More than any of us? No idea. I mean, they could have, Sigma Chi has 50, 80 guys in there, somewhere in there, give or take, probably a couple dozen that live out of house, but
okay.
I have no idea.
I don't know if it was Van Leuven or which one, but if you guys remember, in one of the interviews, he said he spoke to over 1,000 people. Again, I don't believe that, but again, that's a statement he made, just to bring that back with this.
Idea. I genuinely don't. I mean, they were telling, like, I remember, like, the police chief was like, we were interviewing every person and going down every lead, and I mean, whatever that means, right? But like, if they couldn't walk up a hill or talk to the 3 kids that were literally in the same place around the same time again, how much? I don't know. I'm not a cop, but that just doesn't.
So if you didn't catch that, he's referring to the Banfield stop. Okay. They didn't talk to them again, is what he's claiming. So he knows them, and he knows that they never spoke to them again, according to what he's saying. They talked to him that night at the Banfield. It had nothing to do with the murders. It was just because of that stop, and then never spoke to him again. And he's saying that. If you listen to that, that's how I took it. I thought that was an interesting point, too.
Oh, no, we never got, cops never talked to any of us. Not the 3 that got the MIP, not.
I backed it up so you can catch that again. Listen closely to this. It's interesting.
Like, quite a while, just to, like, kind of convince her, like, you live with your boyfriend, he's got his baseball bat, you don't even fit the bill, like, you go to a different college, you're not even in a sorority, like, but like, whenever, we were talking about it, like, back in the frat house, we didn't know if we had, like, an actual, like, fucking Ted Bundy on our hands or not,
Yeah,
like, is this somebody that's just gonna go around and
were the cops
just
coming to you guys?
figure out where he has an opportunity? No, we never got. Cops never talked to any of us. Not the 3 that got the MIP. Not, like, didn't come up and knock, didn't check our trash, didn't nothing.
You never talked one time to a police officer.
No, they never came to us.
Okay, you know anybody that, you don't have to say their name. You don't have to say their name at all. But I'm saying, do you really know some people that were like questioned by the police?
About this, no.
So nobody ever came to you and were like,
nothing about the murders, nothing about, nothing. Mm-mm.
So they said they performed 500 interviews. Who were they?
More than any of us? No idea. I mean, they could have. Like, I mean, Sigma Chi has 50, 80 guys in there, somewhere in there, give or take, probably a couple dozen that live out of house. But
Okay.
I have no idea. I genuinely don't. I mean, they were telling. Like, I remember, like, the police chief was like, we were interviewing every person and going down every lead, and I
Yeah.
mean, whatever that means, right? But
Mhm.
like, if they couldn't walk up a hill or talk to the 3 kids that were literally in the same place around the same time again, how much? I don't know. You know, I'm not a cop, but that just doesn't. You would think, especially in like a small town too. This is just one thing I was kind of thinking about. That's a little weird. Like, everyone knows something, and people
Yeah.
see things. Like, why would you not just go talk to everybody that you can? And especially when,
Well,
like,
especially when you're
the
telling
government gives you
us.
$1 million, there's 50 FBI agents that live on campus at the university.
This is important too. Listen to this again.
You don't say their name at all. But I'm saying, do you like know some people that were like questioned by the police?
About this, no.
So nobody ever came to you and were like,
Yeah,
nobody
no,
ever came to you and was like,
nothing about the murders, nothing about, no, nothing.
So they said they performed 500 interviews. Who were they?
More than any of us? No idea. I mean, they could have. Like, I mean, Sigma Chi has 50, 80 guys in there, somewhere in there, give or take, probably a couple dozen that live out of house. But
Okay.
I have no idea. I genuinely don't. I mean, they were telling. Like, I remember, like, the police chief was like, we were interviewing every person and going down every lead, and I
Yeah.
mean, whatever that means.
No, they never re-interviewed them at all. They did that. Never did they interview them, which I thought was really whacked, but interesting to me.
Right, but like, if they couldn't walk up a hill or talk to the 3 kids that were literally in the same place around the same time again, how much? I don't know. You know, I'm not a cop, but that just doesn't. You would think, especially in like a small town too. This is just one thing I was kind of thinking about. That's a little weird. Like, everyone knows something, and people
Yeah.
see things. Like, why would you not just go talk to everybody that you can? And especially when,
Well,
like,
especially when you're
the
telling
government gives you
us.
$1 million, there's 50 FBI agents that live on.
Right there. 50 FBI agents that live on campus. That clarifies, which we already knew, the parallel investigation going on. But him saying that was quite interesting to me.
Living on campus. Living
on campus, yes. They were intermingled with students. We knew that from the beginning, but he verified it back in May of that year, because we were not 100% sure, and somebody else had verified it too, that it was actuality. So
yeah, and I knew that. Go ahead. Sorry.
They knew, like, I think the FBI thought that they were fooling people, but like he says, they knew that they were there, period. So
they were there from the beginning. They've been casing the joint before.
Yes, and there's a reason they were there, correct.
Yeah, so we know that they were already on the scene before any of this stuff took place. So
right.
yeah,
And don't forget, you guys, with this FBI thing, don't forget that Chief Fry, right before this, had just come back from Quantico, taking some kind of course. And in February, right after the murders happened, Dollinger, who's chief now, he graduated from some kind of an FBI course as well from Quantico. So there was definitely an FBI presence involved in something going on campus, in my opinion, that was pretty deep. Okay, so don't let that slip, is all I'm saying.
And Dollinger graduated in December of 2023, and in the academy for the FBI.
Yeah, that was December, so it was right after, right?
Yeah.
You know, did you see Lana's video of what she has the schedule for the police in Moscow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And that night, Rosie was scheduled to be on patrol, yet he was working, and they're not supposed to be on the schedule working in order, at the same time they're working with the task force.
Yeah.
And he was working obviously with the task force because he was plain clothes and going out.
Party patrol, right.
So I wonder if that has something to do with they didn't want to go back to those guys?
I don't know. That's a good question and a good point. I don't know. That would make at least a little bit of sense because it doesn't that they didn't talk to them at all. I've always wondered if this guy doing the interview was one of the three of them. One of the three of the Banfield guys. I always wondered that because the way he referenced that. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
Just a thought.
Yeah, the thing is, are they referring to like 50 undercovers, or is this like after everything?
No, that's my guess. He's talking about they had them living on. We were told that in the beginning that they were doing some kind of they were blended in as students on campus, and I guess they thought people didn't know that, but
yeah, they would stick out like a sore thumb. He even mentioned that early on, and the question you got to ask is, were they trapping the students? Because
what do you mean?
Like, was it the FBI supplying the drugs, much like the whole
entrapment type thing? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good point, Dylan.
Yeah, much
And
like
were they
with
very good point.
The Michigan governor and that whole plot.
Right. Very good point. It kind of sounds like that. If they're mingled with students, I kind of think that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The problem is they wouldn't be able to get into Greek life. They'd stick out like a sore thumb.
More than likely, yeah.
City is freaking housing. Like, I mean, they're right down the road, you know, like,
yeah, it's so easy just like,
I don't know,
like
it's
knocking on the door. Like they didn't come and ask like where like ask you guys for like cameras, or they probably already know that nobody has cameras because the fraternities don't have cameras, or you know, but if
I mean, sororities do, you know,
sororities have
and
cameras.
yeah,
So
I mean, they're not. Yeah, they're not going out of their way to do anything extra, I guess. I don't.
So you just know, you're like, hey, I wasn't asked any questions, and nobody that I've ever talked to has been asked any questions. Or if they have, they're lying to me. That, you know what I mean? Like they're saying that they're not, basically.
No, I mean, there's no reason for anybody to lie. I mean, none of us are like in deep with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Whatever
Like,
happened. Yeah, so I mean, I mean, none of us have been talked to.
Yeah.
The three students that had the MIP, I know them too, and I asked one of the kids. I was like, "Hey, whatever happened to that? Did they ever like come back and talk to you, or did they come visit the house or anything?" It's like, "No, never." And I was like, "And they like
they never questioned the kids that were in the band field camp."
Yeah, no. Nope.
Wow. Do you think that that's? I mean, okay, so like I get it. Like I got you probably by like 20 years or something like that. I mean, I like to look like, or I like to think that I'm young. But I could be like probably your mom.
You don't seem that old.
I know, right? Because I'm just like, fun at heart and spirit, and but so you just.
By the way, the MIP statement means minor in possession. Possession. That's the ticket they get when they get in trouble for it. It's a minor in possession of alcohol or drugs or whatever. So that's why they call it the MIP thing.
And my question to you, Dago, was, is that normal? Like, is that what the college kids call them, MIPs? Or would they say, not the three kids who got stopped, in Banfield? Would they say, you know what I mean?
No, I think it's because it's the way that they get tagged when they get their ticket is MIP.
Okay, so I'm wondering if everybody says it like that as well. I was like,
that I've heard other people reference it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know what you're saying, though.
I wonder if this guy Dave is the fourth guy, and I have a mental block of his name. I know you know it, but
Saeed.
Yeah.
Somebody else in chat said that too. I've wondered that myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a lot of people are gonna know.
He's not gonna tell you who he is by telling you who he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
so he very likely could be. That's another thing. So I don't know. Because he was stopped first and then let go, and then they had the other three alone, and he was gone. So it could be. It could be.
Yeah,
I'm telling you now, they told us that 500 people were interviewed. Okay, 500. Who was being interviewed? If like it wasn't like this area, like who's being interviewed?
I don't know. I mean, we don't have 500 door dashers. We don't have 500 security guards. We don't have 500 grub trucks. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Now, like, and not to get too personal, but like, when you hear, like, were your parents like, oh my gosh, did you know these people? Like, what's going on? Like, why would anybody kill these people? Like, were people starting to discuss motives at any point? Like, what they were into, like why the cops are saying this is targeted. Who would want to kill? Like, when you hear targeted, what do you think of as a 22 year old?
Targeted, like, I mean,
Yeah,
and that's like what a lot of us thought, like at the beginning, is like, if it's targeted, then there was like a reason, right? This wasn't random. This wasn't just some psychopath going, you're the one that's gonna die today by my hand, right?
Yeah,
this was
right.
like
That's what I
somebody
would
that
think.
planned and calculated and chose this person for a reason, and well, like, we don't know why. I mean, like, in one way or another, all of us know all of them, and we couldn't put a finger on any answer that felt right.
Yeah, like, so you're over here just like, when you hear targeted, you're like thinking this is an isolated, that's what they said, this is an isolated targeted attack. And that was kind of like the response that like Stephen Calvis gave, which was like, targeted, like, what do you mean? Like, targeted who? When you're saying targeted, repeat it for me so I can hear it one more time. Like, if you're, obviously you're your age, I'm my age, when someone says to you this is an isolated targeted attack, what do you think?
Like, yeah, like somebody did something to deserve it. Like, it's like a sniper in like a Marine Corps sniper in Afghanistan going after, an Al-Qaeda general or something, It's like, this person did something bad, and they're deserving of what the action is, right? And there's like reason or justification behind it, is like how I would think of it.
Yeah. So like, you're like, they're like, it was like a mission. It was like, could you say it would be like a hit? Like, if it was a targeted, I mean, I'm just trying to like use words like,
and that's like, well, when you start to, and that's, like, again, why I was saying like just a bunch of shit just doesn't make sense, because when you start thinking about it, like, a target attack sounds more closer to a hit than a random, Ted Bundy type thing, I guess. I don't, because like, how else or why else would it be targeted? It doesn't.
Yeah, like what targeted? Like, why? Like, because that's going to be my next question. Is when people would,
and that's like,
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, like, and that's kind of like with the university, like, our whole vibe was like, are women targeted? Are sorority women targeted? Like, who is the target? What is the target? What did they do? Right? Like, we didn't know if it was just all sorority women, if it was like, I had a couple girls that I was really close to that I started walking to and from classes, back from parties. I mean, a lot of us started doing a lot of stuff like that. No girl walked anywhere without, having a guy with them. And because we didn't know, like, is he just gonna pick somebody and say that's the target because they fit a bill? What's the bill they fit? Like, we don't.
Yeah, like these people are supposed to be in the middle of the night sleeping. Like, when you heard everybody was sleeping in their beds, is that what I mean? Stabbed to death? Like, do people have a bunch of
we
in that
we didn't hear if they were awake or not. We just heard that. Yeah, just like something happened.
What about like this whole gag? Like, somebody was gagged and bound. Like, what were they talking about with that? That's what I was saying, like, earlier. Like, whenever we just started hearing a bunch of crazy shit coming out, and we just kind of all started to unplug from it. That's about like that time, like within like that first month after it all happened. Because we knew, we were like, okay, no one's gonna, like, no way, right? Like, that's not, no, like, that's like, there's a little part of you where the bias comes in, and you're like, nobody's gonna tie and gag somebody here, right? Not in our town. Yeah.
But then it's, and that, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's been proven or not, but that.
Oh no,
they said
that was like a rumor. They were putting that to rest.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, like, did you hear like more like the Where I was just trying to see where that kind of came from.
There was a lot of that just started coming out. Like there were some people that saw stuff on like 4chan or Reddit or Instagram. Like some people posted some of the weird shit on Instagram, and like some of the like, oh yeah, I was following this account that posted this thing that they saw on 4chan that said this. Like, and it was like at that point we just all were like, you know what? It's not even. We don't. You know they. Like they say they have a lead, they have a car, then they got the guy, you know, and you just had more reasons to not pay attention to it.
Yeah.
I guess.
So like when you guys were given the option to like go to class or go take stuff online, like did people like really opt like out? Like
oh yeah, no, like half the university, like half the in-person kids, I would say did.
So like I mean,
I definitely did.
Did you take classes like, and like again, you do not have to answer this. You could say, I don't feel comfortable because I don't want people to know who I am and stuff like that. Did you take them up on that offer to like take classes like Zoom or whatever?
Oh, so many of us did. Yeah, almost. I didn't. I can't think of. I'm pretty sure every guy in my fraternity did. For all the classes that were able to be offered, I'm pretty sure we all did in some form or fashion. I mean, even if it was just one of us like taking a break from like this one class, we all did what we could to kind of take a step back, breathe a little bit. It was everyone, yeah. And then there were a large portion of students that just like left on break and didn't even come back and went like fully online. A lot withdrew, and they were, and the university was, I mean, it was pretty dope. They really did the best to like accommodate everything. Like I was kind of affected academically too last semester, and they did what they could to help me out too, to make sure I wasn't negatively affected, and they helped out a lot of other students too. And I mean, like if you wanted out, if you wanted to transfer, if you wanted, you know, whatever, a break, I mean, they were doing it left and right for anyone. It was actually really, really cool.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And that's awesome. Like, I think that, I mean, they kept saying that our student safety is paramount, and, you know, we're doing whatever we can for our students. Did you feel that way?
Oh, 100%. I mean, you immediately felt you couldn't drive more than 2 or 3 minutes without seeing another cop, state trooper, you know, ISB, and even.
Thank you, Miss Kawanda, for those memberships. God bless, hon. Appreciate it. Welcome to the 5 new meatballs joining us. I can't see who you are right now, but welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you very much.
There were a lot of undercover cops driving around too.
Okay.
And then the university also hired a private security company too, and they have been up here every single hour of every single day since that's happened, and they have not left. They constantly do patrols. They also have a service here on campus, 24/7, or if you call the hotline, it goes to either campus security, or it goes to the private security, and they will come and either pick you up or walk with you and take you wherever you need to go to do whatever you need to do to make sure like you are safe, basically.
Okay. No, this may be a question you don't want to answer. You, like I said, pick and choose what you say yes to, and or however you want to answer it. During the time of, you know, there isn't anybody arrested, okay? And this, you know, the murders had happened. Were people still like partying and doing, you know, illegal substances?
No. The whole town was holding its breath.
Yeah.
All of us were. I mean, everyone was on, you know, freaking razor thin ice. Like, if you looked the wrong way, you were probably getting the cops called on you. I mean, everything was.
Okay.
It was. I mean, it really just stopped everything that like we do.
Like
here.
life, like just like stop still. Now, was anybody ever telling you, or people talking about like, hey, I got the parents trying to talk to me. I got the, you know, where people, you know, because you would, if you saw like the news and stuff, like parents wanted some answers. Like they were asking and begging people to come forward and, hey, do you know of anything? Do you know this? Do you know that? Were you like, did you ever feel like, did you ever feel like, what are they talking about? What don't they know? Or are you kind of confused? How come they don't know stuff? Like, I don't know.
It felt more like just, I mean, because to us it didn't make sense either, right? And so it kind of felt more like it didn't make sense to 2 parents that just lost their kid, and they just want to know just fucking why, I mean, like we all did. Like, why did this happen? Why did you do this? Why did you pick them? What did they do to deserve it?
Like
that's really what we interpreted it as.
When you hear
So I
Mr.
don't know if they
Gonzalez
actually.
say, like, why did you go upstairs? Like, you didn't have to go upstairs. Like, what do you guys think that means? Like, you didn't have to go upstairs. Did anybody that type of stuff? Because it was like a third.
No, we never. Yeah, no. That's like I was saying. I mean, we unplugged. We just, especially after the semester came back too. I mean.
Yeah, but at that point, we came back to somebody being already arrested.
Yeah. I don't know when he said that line specifically. I don't think I ever heard him say that. Like for me, I don't think I did.
Okay. I'll make sure I put on my next intro. But yeah, he said that, they didn't have to go upstairs. They didn't have to go upstairs. And I either took that as like they were already upstairs, or that they were killed last. The people.
2 sets of stairs in the house too. Did he mean like the very top?
Yeah.
Because when you walk in the door, there's stairs right off to your left. So.
Yeah, he's talking about the very upstairs, like because they were trying to say the killer came in through the slider. So like.
Yeah, that's on like the 2nd floor. So there's still another staircase above him and one more below him.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Is they didn't have to go upstairs, meaning like to the 3rd floor.
Oh, to the top one? Oh.
Yeah, meaning like where
really
were killed.
I don't know if you guys catch this, but he knows that house very well. Very well. So he obviously knows them like he's claimed. So there's something else to point out. Thank you, Ro.
Like, why did they basically? So people either took it as like,
gotcha.
People either took it as like the 2nd floor people were killed first, and then like if they were the target, then why did you even go upstairs? Type of thing. So I was just curious if that was something that had been talked about in terms of like who the target was.
Not really, no. None of those like specific details. We didn't have an idea, really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so out of left field, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like you don't know that this guy's not gonna know, and he's not gonna know. And it's like, I mean, like, what's your guys' guess? And then they're like, I have no idea, dude. I mean, this is just so,
And like you said it best, like when you're not like looking at it from an investigative standpoint versus like you're just like taking in the information, you're like, wait, what? My friends are murdered. Wait, what? They were stabbed. Is that something normal for people to carry on knives in that town, or?
I would say more guns than knives.
Yeah, that's what I would think too, right?
Yeah, it would definitely be more guns.
Now, again, you don't have to. I just want to keep reminding you, you just don't have to answer anything you don't want to. Now, there is all this talk about drugs, so we're gonna like get the white elephant and put it in the room here. I tell people that, hey, when I was in college, people were doing drugs. I was an athlete. It really wasn't around me to like be even like offered, it just wasn't, we would get drug tested.
Right.
Like I just tell people it wasn't my cup of tea. Like I could lose my scholarship to do anything like that. I don't know.
Right.
But as far as, to compare Moscow, Idaho with the drugs versus like another campus, like, did you feel people were like, oh, if you want to party, you go to Moscow? Or do you feel like the drugs were like people?
They're really on any campus.
Yeah, that's
it's just where you
feel.
look. Yeah.
If you want to party,
And
you're gonna
it's
find a way to party, right?
It's not like an ASU or something kind of big and crazy.
Now this is about to get very interesting when it comes to the drug aspect thing. What he says here.
Like that, where pretty much any party you would walk into would have it, but it's like any other smaller college. If you know where to look, you can easily find it. Heck, even you'll stumble across it a couple times on accident too.
Yeah.
Just I mean, it happens. You crack a door open. Oh, hey, did not realize that was happening, and there's just a mirror out, and But
so was it like if you wanted to party, was it like? Did you know that Emma Bailey and D person, or do people know who those people are? Or you don't have to answer it. You can just say.
I mean, like in general, yeah. But again, it's like if you know type thing.
Like if like, had you ever seen that person walking around? Those two people, have you ever seen them? Like, do they?
Yes.
Yeah. So like are they known to the community?
If you know them, then you know them.
Okay, like you know what they're about.
Yes.
Okay.
If you don't know them, then they're just cool people that happen to be where you're at.
Okay. Yeah. Are there? Okay. So remember we were talking about this. I want to talk about the what is it? The slang, because I was like, dude, Dave, you gotta help me out here, man. Like I need to up my slang terms for drugs, okay? Because I don't know them. What would be like a slang term for like what do people say for like coke, like cocaine? Like what do they say?
Yeah, I texted Daniel this too, because we were texting back and forth, and he told me that you were looking at like some Venmo records.
Yeah,
and,
I was trying to look
I
like
told
Venmo.
him. Yeah, I was like, well, most of the time, I mean, we do, it's in cash, so that way it's not like tracked, of course. But I was like, if you see like anything related to like skiing, like hitting the slopes, like a skiing emoji,
Okay.
powder, like hitting the pow, whatever, I mean that type of stuff. That's
Yeah.
slang for
I got you. What about like this like zip tie game? Like was it like people would just like zip tie themselves and like they would like do a drinking game?
Yes, that's specific to Greek life. It's called Champagne and Shackles.
Okay, so
I can neither confirm nor deny that event occurs at this campus. Feel free to Google that if you would like to know more about it.
It's called Champagne and Shackles?
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly. Okay, cool. Because I just like I need to make sure that my game's tight for when I come to town. Make sure like win or lose, we always booze, right?
Amen.
Yeah, see, that's it. Win or lose, we always booze. But see, I like to win, so like, I mean, I feel like it's a better party.
Yeah.
You know?
And then Xanax too is a big one. If you like know Xanax, yeah. So like I'm sure you've seen like the ones that like the rappers and stuff use. They're like the flat rectangular bars with the squares cut in them, like 4 of them, right?
Okay.
Those are called ladders or like bars.
Okay, ladders or bars. So if I said like I want a ladder.
Yeah, that's basically. Yeah, can I get a ladder? Can I get like a bar and a bus, right? Or like
What's
2 ladders and a bus. So a bus is a round Xanax. It's like it's a round one.
Oh, so I would say like I want ladders and bars. Come over for a big, like wouldn't that put you to sleep, Xanax? Like, I just wouldn't people take
It can, but if you do what is it called? I think it's like a
speedball.
It's like a hippie speedball, yeah, something like that. Yeah, no, it's like a hippie speedball where you do like a bunch of downers and then a bunch of uppers. And
oh my god! What does it do to you?
Oh, dude, no, it's I try to not hang out whenever that type of shit happens.
So people are like, let me give you what is it called? So you're just like I don't know, like I feel like over there, like, dude, I'm just gonna get. I'm good over here. I'm just doing my shots. I'm playing flip cup. I'm playing beer pong.
Yeah, or it's like, oh, you guys have fun. I'm gonna go to this party instead, or I'm gonna head out with the boys to the bars, or I just say usually end up trying to.
Okay,
I mean, like stuff is fun until it's like not, my opinion,
Okay. So like in order to do this, though, like you need somebody to like bring you your like. So like this is like in pill form.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you just hit people up that like get prescription Xanax, or do you have to like you get?
I don't know how they get it. I don't know if it's prescription or not. It wouldn't surprise me if it isn't. But yeah, basically just hit up hit up the people that and be like, hey, do you guys have any of this or this? And they're like, yeah, I've got that, or no, but I have this. And you're like, all right, that'll work. And then they drive over, they stop by, may or may not hang out for a little bit, depending on how well you know them, they might, hang out, give you your stuff, dip out to go sell to someone else, and come back and still, chill out for a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, we never really had to go anywhere to get anything. It always came to us.
So like, yeah, so you're just not like getting in a car. I mean, like, if we're gonna go hunt this down, it's just like,
Yeah, no.
Are these again? Like, you may not feel comfortable, like, talking about this or whatever, but is like, what's the drug of choice over there? I guess you say, like, where you're like, on campus. Like, are people like, let's party tonight? Like, they like prepare ahead of time. Like, hey, you need to get in contact with so and so because we're gonna, if I want to party on like a Saturday, do I just hit that person up like an hour before I want to party, or do I talk to them like, during the week? Like, it's like.
I mean, it kind of depends, I guess. Like, if you're gonna have like a big party this weekend and you want an 8-ball, you'd probably let them know a couple days in advance. But it would not be uncommon to buy at like 8 or 9 o'clock, and then we use everything by like 11 or midnight, and then we buy again,
Okay.
And then keep going until like 4 a.m. and then may or may not buy again, depending on if they're still like driving around and whatnot.
Okay, so like these people drive around though. So if they're like in your area and you like hit them up and they're like, okay, yeah, I'm in town, so like I'm over here.
I mean, they could be like sometimes it's they're sometimes they could drive over, sometimes it's right next door, sometimes it's hey, we're gonna go to the bars at 11 o'clock, you can meet us there. It just really depends. I mean, that's kind of the thing too, is like the dealers here, they're more friends than dealers, which is kind of like,
yeah,
it makes a lot of people not take it seriously, right? Because like when you hang out and like you're friends with your dealer, you trust their product, and like they are not their product.
They're not trying to kill themselves. Like, they're not lacing it with fentanyl.
You would think,
right? Oh, I always feel that like whoever tries to like kill their own clientele, like, if you truly think about it,
that's what we think. Yeah, but I mean, with what other stuff has happened, that's exactly what happened, and yeah.
Or like middlemen are trying to make money, so like they're cutting the product to make more of it, so that they can make more money, type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it because I'm a business major too. I've thought about it. Like, how do you make money off of killing your freaking customers, right? It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's never the plan, I feel like, right?
No, you take like a business class, they tell you need your customers, so why would you try to kill them, right?
That's
I mean, if you're making a couple hundred, yeah, like you can get a couple $100 a week from this one guy or one girl, why would you try to give them something that could potentially
kill them?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, not even potentially kill them, or like, why would you because, and I thought about it this way too, right? Like, from like the user side, like, well, bro, if you give me some shit like that's like mixed in with it that makes it go more down than more up, I'm gonna think it's garbage shit, and I'm not gonna buy from you. Like, I don't care if it like makes me feel like weird or different. Like, if that's not what I want, I'm not gonna buy it. So like, why? It doesn't make sense, because everyone else. Yeah, and like you
product is what you're saying.
Yeah, and like you look at everywhere else, everyone else tries to do the one thing that they do. They try to do it the best they can, right? Like these guys, they do the opposite. They're like, what can we get away with? And I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
So like, do you think that is going on then on campuses over there? Like, people are trying to, like, do you think that it was just accident? Like, people aren't doing this on purpose, right?
Cutting it up here? No, I don't think it's being cut up here on purpose, and I'm inclined to believe it isn't. I think it's a couple hands before it gets to us.
Okay.
And I can off camera.
Exactly, Dave. That's exactly why we're doing this today.
And I can tell you how I know that too.
Okay, privately. Okay. So when we go look at this house then here at 1122 King, if is it true that people in that house have sold products.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
And you've bought from them, or other people have, or
Let's hear that again.
Try to kill them, right?
That's
I mean, if you're making a couple hundred, yeah, like you can get a couple $100 a week from this one guy or one girl. Why would you try to give them something that could potentially,
kill them?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, not even potentially kill them, or like, why would you like, because, and I thought about it this way too, right? Like, from like the user side, like, well, bro, if you give me some shit like that's like mixed in with it that makes it go more down than more up, I'm gonna think it's garbage shit, and I'm not gonna buy from you. Like, I don't care if it like makes me feel like weird or different. Like, if that's not what I want, I'm not gonna buy it. So like, why? It doesn't make sense, because everyone else, yeah, and like you
product is what you're saying.
Yeah, and like you look at everywhere else, everyone else tries to do the one thing that they do. They try to do it the best they can, right? Like these guys, they do the opposite. They're like, what can we get away with? And I don't know. It doesn't.
This next part coming up is huge. This is why I want you guys to hear this again. Huge.
Makes sense to me.
So, like, do you think that is going on then on campuses over there? Like, people are trying to, like, do you think that it was just accident? Like, people aren't doing this on purpose, right?
Cutting it up here? No, I don't think it's being cut up here on purpose, and I'm inclined to believe it isn't. I think it's a couple hands before it gets to us.
Okay.
And I can, off camera, I can tell you how I know that too.
Okay, privately. Okay. So when we go look at this house then here at 1122 King, if is it true that people in that house have sold products?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
And you've bought from them, or other people have, or you guys like throw down
100%.
together?
Yep, all the above.
All the above. So like you would just like know to go there to get like product?
Well, like I said, I mean, they're your friends too. So you go over there after you get done with your homework, and you know it's a Thursday afternoon, but you want to have a couple drinks, and you maybe get a little fucked up, but not too fucked up. And so you're just gonna go, hang out with these girls, and maybe do a little bit, and drink a little bit, and play a couple beer games, be back by like midnight, right? Not a normal.
Yeah,
night,
like, or
right?
yeah, even if you go somewhere like in an afternoon and you start day drinking, I call it, like, start happy hour at like 3 or 4, and you're done by like 9.
Yeah, I mean that's essentially, and then and then on the weekends, if it was going to get obliterated, go over and just get obliterated. Yeah, oh yeah, 100%, and they would stay up with you.
Mm-hmm. And they would stay up with you, and then like
it wasn't not all 3, of course. I'm not talking about like those 3 specifically, but the other ones that were affiliated. Yeah, 100%. They were troopers, party hard.
And who like, so you mean like the Emma Baileys of the world?
Yeah, so you remember how I told you how there were like 2 houses over there and how it kind of connected with the other stuff that you saw?
Yeah.
Most of, I guess, our experience was at the other house, not at this house that everything happened at.
So like a house that's over there.
Yes, a different house that's near there, because everyone, like I was saying, it's a Greek life community, so people change houses, Yeah, like, hey, the Pi Phis are leaving this house, they're giving it to the Delts, and they're offering it to us too. Do you guys want to try to take it? And like that's literally how all of that goes all the time, every semester, every year.
Okay. You mean like
so it's always been over there, just not that specific house, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I guess then it would just be like it was
well, like, you always know where everyone's at, right? You know that house is the Delt house, that house is Sigma Chi, this house is Beta, this house is Pi Phi, this house is Tri Delt, and like I mean, you always know where they are. So like what people live in that house too. And so you're like, oh, that's that pie out of house where, you know, ABC girls live. Then you know, I mean, it's just kind of like, you know what I mean? You just put it together and you know, right? You
Yeah.
just, I don't know.
Well, I guess it would kind of like, well, the 1122 King House though ends up that this year they merge, or were these girls still in
That's
the
weird. You know, no, that's the weird thing is that it's like that house, they mixed them all up. So it's like a mixed bag of like all the different types of girls from different, I mean, like even if they're in the same sororities, they didn't do the same things either, which
Yeah.
is like,
It was,
that's what kind of like puzzled me a little bit. But
yeah, you got some thoughts.
when you kind of get to the end too, yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like when you kind of get like this happens too, like when like seniors and stuff start graduating, it's kind of tough to like find people to take over leases, so you don't have to pay for that room that nobody's living in. And so you kind of make like weird compromises to live with different people just to make sure your rent gets paid, that you don't have to move back into your sorority. Because like they can't, I mean, you can't even vape on the sorority's property, you can't like step on the grass, or I mean, they have a bunch of stupid just rules like that, you know. And a lot of the girls, you know, they're kind of, you know, like judgmental, or they want you to fit a picture or something, and it's just easier for them to escape it and get out of it and be their own person.
So did you know all those girls to still be in the sororities, or were they kicked out or anything?
I know Maddie was still a Pi Phi. She was just an out-of-house Pi Phi, so she was still technically a member, but just wasn't like living there. The tough part is you usually, like, you can tell by like how active they are, but whenever you're a senior and you're getting ready to leave, you don't really have to be as active inside of your house. They kind of give you a little bit more freedom and leeway to go do other things to get prepared. And so, like, I mean, they could have still been a part of their sororities, but in the last semester of your senior year, it doesn't really make a difference, you know.
Yeah, you're on your way out.
Yeah, you're on your way out. You don't have the same, like, you're not preparing for the next year again, and that takes a whole semester in itself, you know, and getting, you know, all the girls ready, getting the house ready, money. I mean, it's a whole, I mean, they're businesses, basically, you know.
Yeah. Now, did you ever think 1 second like that any of these girls' boyfriends were involved or anything like that? Because like they were part of like the fraternity, like, I mean, was there?
No, not really.
Like it was
like we thought it was the OD, and it just made sense, you know, so we just kind of took that.
You thought it was OD'd. And then you hear like the whole stabbing part of it. Were you just like, wait, what?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. And I mean, like, we had already heard about it too, and like I know I personally, I just didn't want to believe it. Right, like I wanted it to be an OD more than, you know, these 4 kids just got stabbed to death, right? Like, I don't know.
It would just be because, well, then you're looking at it like, oh my God, wait, what do you mean why would these 4 kids be stabbed to death? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I would be looking at. Why aren't they coming from me then? Like, am I next?
Like, and it happens every semester, like kids die, right? Like car accidents or something, you know, tragic like that, right? But, and that's the thing is, like, if it was an OD, it's an accident. But if it's a stabbing, it's on purpose. And what does that mean? You know, like, I think that's, I don't know, like we were all just left wondering and just trying to grab onto anything.
Yeah. So when you get back from camp, or actually because it happened before you guys probably arrived, because it was, you know, winter break, they have an arrest. You see across the screen this Bryan Kohberger name. Okay. So you see Bryan Kohberger, you see this picture. Does everybody start like messaging each other? Like, oh my God, they're arresting somebody. Oh my God, they're about to announce this arrest.
Yeah, more so just like, hey, like, you see they caught the guy? Oh, really? Yeah, like, this is the guy. Like, we sent a couple photos of him in the group chat. Like, anybody seen this guy? Or no, nothing. None of us had any idea. None of us seen him. None of us knew him. None of us knew he existed.
Wow. So like nobody's like, oh my God, did you see that was the guy that went by Timmy, or he's the guy that's been selling us these drugs, or he's been over here at the parties trying to like hit up, like, you know, or oh, that was somebody's fuck buddy, you know.
No, I remember one of our upperclassmen actually, who's like pretty like into like the sorority scene and stuff. like has a long-time girlfriend, and just knows a lot of the girls and stuff like that. Like he even posted it in our group chat. Like I remember it was like the photo of him in the orange shirt, like the little orange V-neck jumpsuit shirt thing that they put him in.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
sure that was the photo that he had screenshotted and sent it to our group chat, and was like, "Yeah, this is the guy." And we just, none of us, nothing. Mm-mm.
So nobody. So you're sitting here telling me that nobody was like, "Oh, I know. Oh my God, that was that guy that he was at that or he comes to these parties. He was dating so and so." Like nobody can like say, "I know who that guy is."
Nothing. I ended up hearing something a little bit later that I tried to look into, but I couldn't really prove, that allegedly he had like a sister or a cousin that went to U of I that lived over off of King and Queen Road. I heard that later afterwards. I never looked into it. I don't know. It's allegedly.
That tried to come out like I don't see any connection there whatsoever with any of that. Was that the Bryan Kohberger's sister?
It was like his sister or his cousin or something like that. That was at one of the houses right next to it. Somebody mentioned that they had heard of that, but that was like weeks after. And I mean that totally could have been false. Totally could have been telephone. Whatever it is. So
just like someone trying to say whatever. Because I've always thought this was interesting. I've been looking into it, and no one's come forward to say that they've dated the guy or that he's ever caused any problems for them. Like, truthfully come on the record and be able to provide any pictures. I mean, the guy just moved there literally a couple months beforehand, and we came there for the PhD program, everything, blah, blah. But if someone's stalking, these four, which again, I find that very, to be stalking four people, this doesn't make sense. Especially like they're just, it's not like these four were like when you look at Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Madison, did they always do everything together? Why would those four be like, why wouldn't anybody take out the other two roommates? That's always been something a struggle for me, is would you leave any like witnesses? You know what I'm saying? Like, how would you know?
No, that doesn't like.
How would you know who was in whose room? How does anybody know?
We talked about that too. There's no way that he didn't know that girl saw him. Like, because if he was wearing a mask and crap, right? And like she says that she sees him, then he would have to have seen her, right? Like, I don't.
That's what I say. And I have a hard time believing that. Like, did he have the knife in his hand? When you saw him like that, how did you see? Like,
are you just so tunnel visioned that you didn't see it? Like, I don't. But then she opened the door like what, 2 or 3 more times after that. I can't remember.
Before she actually saw him, she said,
Yeah, I mean, there's, and that's like, and like I was saying, I mean, we took any information we got that made sense, and we ran with it and accepted it. And like, since a lot of this stuff is happening, I mean, you even.
I know that you knew some of the people because you said that house was just like kind of like thrown together. So like, did you guys even know Dylan or Bethany? Because they were like a lot younger.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So like, did you know?
Yeah. Like I didn't directly know them because they are a bit younger than me, and like I kind of tend to stay with the older crowd, But no, like a lot of like the younger guys that I know were friends with them, have them on Snapchat, went over there to go party, stuff like that.
So is it weird? Is it that they didn't like that Dylan and Bethany didn't live in a sorority house versus because that was their sophomore year? Like, why didn't they live in isn't it more like customary to live in like your sorority house your sophomore year?
Yeah, it's supposed to be traditionally it's 2 years, 8 semesters or 4 semesters. So. But there's a ton of different things that you can do to, like, you can petition to get out early. You can say, hey, it's my depression and my anxiety. I need to get out. I had this family event, blah, blah, blah. You can do that type of stuff, go in front of a panel or a board, and they'll vote on it and things like that. So she easily could have done that. Or, like, a lot of girls, too, I know, like, they'll get in it for a year, and they'll be like, F this, and then get out and just drop completely. And they still might have a technical membership left over, but it's because they dropped and didn't like finalize their membership process, or it really gets through the weeds. It's strange.
Okay. So it's normally that you live in that, like, it's like, okay, like your freshman year, you live in the dorms, right? You know, and then it's your sophomore and your junior.
No, so U of I is different. Freshman year, you can live in your fraternity or sorority. Your
As a
freshman
freshman.
year, yeah, because we are on campus. Every Greek house is on campus. So.
Okay. So you could live so like your freshman year, you don't necessarily have to live in the dorms.
No, and that's why a lot of kids go Greek too, so they don't have to live in the dorms their freshman year. They can just move straight into a frat house or a sorority.
Oh, nice. That's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then I'm interested to know then if Bethany or Dylan, if they lived in the sorority house their freshman year, or if they lived in the dorms.
Yeah, I could ask and probably find out and get that back to you. I don't know off the top of my head though.
Yes. I was just, because I was just curious why they chose not to, I mean, that's a big age gap to me in college. People don't realize, but like if I'm a senior and you're a sophomore, you can actually get me into a lot of trouble. I can drink, you can't, right? So I'm going to bars. How do I get you into these bars? Things like that. But
yeah, we're pretty good about that. Like community wise here, like the kids and the cops and the business owners, we're all actually pretty good about that.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do here, we're gonna start to close this out. I'm gonna just turn over to like the live chat feature to see anybody that has questions. Unless there's something that you want to say furthermore, like on different topics, like, so it's known to you, M and D, they sell drugs to the community. Like that's like that's known.
Yeah, there's some of the dealers here.
There's
like,
some of them.
Well, like they are like the dealers in town, is what I would say.
Okay, and then like
I would say most of the party drugs are coming through. We're coming through them.
Okay, so like since they have been arrested, like how are people, you think, getting their supply? I'm just curious. I mean, is it someone just picked?
Everybody I know has quit or has said that they quit. So I'm not sure.
And then, was Emma known to be acquaintances or cool with any of the victims?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's there's some more specific stuff that I'll tell you off of camera about that I can feel a lot in on. I just don't know. That's where we kind of get to the like scary parts of. So I what I want to do is give you that and then let you help me understand what I should or shouldn't say and
that's
that
perfect.
type of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you would never classify as anybody in the house as being like, hey, those are drug dealers? Would you ever say that? Would you ever be like, although those people are drug dealers? Or would you just say like those people are like party? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they don't. I mean, and that's what I was saying too. Like, they're more your friends than they are your dealers. They just happen to be your friends that have fun stuff that you can buy off them, basically.
Okay. And then would it just be like that? People would just hand them the money, and then,
or like shoot them a Venmo or something.
Okay. You get what I'm trying to say? Because I know exactly what you're saying there. Like, it's not like, hey, I'm gonna come shake you down. Like, it's not like people are hitting them up for like, I guess you could say, would you think that house had like all this like drugs in it, that somebody would be like, hey, we need to hit this house up. This house is loaded with, we can just like ransack it.
Not enough to warrant like a stabbing, but enough to take 4 of them overdosing without question, if that makes sense.
So like are you saying that somebody could try to make something look like something, but it's really something else?
What I'm saying is, like, enough was going in and or out of there that it did not surprise any of us that they could have gotten a bad batch in as quickly as a matter of a few days or a week, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Is that
yeah. So like basically they had enough
okay?
on hand that if they did too much, like, they could OD.
100%, yeah. Like, we totally saw that as plausible. Like, they maybe bought an 8-ball or something like that, and that was laced with fent, and that's what got them. Right? Definitely, totally, like, 100%. We, like, yep, I see that happening. Right?
Okay. So like what does like an 8-ball go for in like Moscow?
Most of my friends are too broke to be able to afford that. So we usually just buy bags, and the bag is anywhere from 80 to 120.
80 to 120. And then
Yeah.
so like but like if you have like a bunch of people chipping in, or is that like people chipping in, everyone's like, okay, here, throw me 20, throw me 20, throw me 20.
No. The way it would work is like it almost like almost like if you had like an Uber, like you're gonna make that person do one trip, but you're gonna get 4 guys to all buy off of that, so that way you get a little bit of a discount, or maybe she lets you do like a couple with her or something, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be like, hey, I'm gonna get a G. Oh, okay. Well, hell, put me in for a half. Hey, put me in for 1.5. Put me in for a half and a couple buses, right? That's essentially what it would be.
Okay. So, but like somebody has to like ballpark in some figures here. If they're like, okay, yeah, like come on over this way. I got $500 for you, and we're just gonna get like a bunch of different crazy crap.
Well, it would be like, hey, me and so and so and so and so and a couple other guys wanna buy. Can you swing by? And it would be like, yeah, we got this, and cool. Yeah, no, we just want like 4 bags, right?
Okay.
Yeah, 80 to 120 a gram, by the way. We call baggies grams out here.
80 to 120 for a gram.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just depends on.
And then how many grams are in an 8-ball? 8?
I don't actually know. I'm not a big speed kind of guy.
You guys don't buy your drugs from me. I'm over here like.
No, I like going across the border where they like regulate and legalize things, and then I just get that stuff and bring it back. So, allegedly. Allegedly.
So like, does when you say like, okay, so before like this past year, does anybody know how people met? Like, how does M and D meet people that would have been in that house, like Xana, or like,
Yes, I can answer that. That's an off-camera answer, though, I think.
Okay, that's cool. And okay, so yeah, so there definitely was like, so Emma Bailey was known in that, like everybody knew in that house who she was, and she'd be over there, and whoever she was hanging out with would be over there from time to time.
Yeah, she had a lot of friends, so she would be here. I mean, she could be anywhere from 3 to 5, 6 different places, plus the bars in a night.
Okay.
Like she was like that. That's one thing. Yeah, like she was like a hustler in the aspect of like she worked hard. Like she would always be like going somewhere to go do something,
Yeah. So, and then D, like, did you ever see that guy that,
Yes. And I have some stories too that I can tell you.
Yeah.
To help you figure out kind of who he is and what he's about. And
okay.
I've met all these people personally, hung out with them all, a lot of people have, to be fair. I have a bit more of I guess experience than most.
Okay.
And I can share some of that with you privately too.
Yeah, that sounds good. Would you
know, like I
like,
was saying though, they were like the dealers here.
Yeah, they were.
So they saw tons of people. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, we were one of a dozen groups they would easily hit at night. DC.
Okay. And now, like, since they were the dealers, would was there anybody new that was possibly in town trying to take over like their area that maybe caused a ruffle or anything?
Not that we knew of, because we were friends. So we, weren't part of business. We were part of friends, but just the whole fun and everything. And they never really brought any of their business or drama, nothing like that.
But nobody was like trying to like be like, hey, come to anybody and be like, hey, all the like, why don't we just start getting our own stuff and then we can like all make this money? Like it wasn't like you.
No, not really.
And I just throw that out there to be like, like it was like become like a turf war somehow.
No, I don't. I mean, we don't really work that way. Everything's super friendly here, and it's just like, oh, you buy from that guy, I buy from this guy. Like that's kind of, at least between us.
Yeah, or it could be like you could buy from multiple people, that you couldn't get into like. It's kind of like I always say, it's like your hairdresser. She's booked, so I have to go. I mean, yeah, I need my haircut. She's booked. Like I try to go to her, but like, so then I had to go over here and get my haircut here, like, AKA meaning like I had to go get my stuff over there.
Yeah, I only had one friend that was that bad that would actually start to tweak out if he couldn't get something when he wanted it. The rest of them were kind of just like, I have a little bit left over, or we'll just re-up tomorrow, or I mean, we're partiers, we're not drug addicts, right?
Yeah, there's a difference. Party, exactly.
Yeah, and the one friend that I did have, like, yeah, he would tweak hella hard if he couldn't get a hold of her, but I mean, the rest of us, we were just kind of vibing, and yeah, it was like, if we did this tonight, then we did, and if not, I guess we saved $100. So.
Right. I try to tell that to people too. Like, we're not dealing with these aren't drug addicts. These are like you're in college and you're partying, on a weekend.
It's literally like I was talking to my mom about this too. Like, it's literally just the fact of we want to be able to drink until like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning and not go, like pass out at 2 a.m., 1 a.m. That's it.
Were people ever doing like heroin? Was that even like a thing?
No, nothing gross like heroin or meth or nothing. Only ever party drugs.
Party drugs. So you said like Molly, but like ecstasy?
Yeah, Molly, Coke, Sands, X, yeah, a lot of that type of stuff. Shrooms, acid.
Acid.
But
so like
yeah, not far and few in between. Not too popular, but
that's what I had Enan Harsh on here, and he was talking about some trip he took. I think he was talking about some acid. I don't know. He was just. Do you even know Enan Harsh?
No, I have no idea who that is.
I know he wants to know if you want to pet his cat. So I don't know.
There's one thing I will tell you is there's a reason us Greek life students stick to Greek life students.
Okay, it makes sense.
A lot of people, no offense to Eden, but we're in a small town, and
right?
sometimes some things are just kind of strange.
Right? That's funny. No, but I like thank you so much for coming here. I'm gonna look over here to the chat. What do you guys throw up your questions here? I'm wrapping out.
I'll make you a deal. I'm gonna step out and go to the restroom.
Okay.
Give a few minutes to get some questions, and I'll be right back.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, I'll meet you. Okay. Again, thank you for being here at Truth and Transparency.
For internet, like jobs and stuff.
Okay. You need to the chat. What do you guys throw up your questions here? I'm wrapping out.
I'll make you a deal. I'm going to step out and go to the rest.
We all have great. Do a part 2 games.
Here.
Okay, cool.
So it kind of takes them a while to do like jobs and stuff.
Okay.
And they usually they'll try to pick like a Saturday night, because it's like the least like trafficked time
that makes sense.
For internet. But yeah.
So before BK came out as the alleged killer, who did the small town think did it? Anybody ever say who they thought maybe did it?
We thought it was the same person that was because we had heard about the pets and dogs and stuff getting skinned alive and set out throughout town. We thought it was the same psycho that was doing that shit.
Yeah. I think I did an intro video about that back in the day. Here's a question for you. I have no idea what it means, but I was curious. Attention, Lana. How does Dave interpret "we are going to take those guys to the end zone"? If he's ever heard of that being said.
I never heard that. Is that like in a like a clip or something?
No, like I don't know, like it.
That statement is what everybody thought. Quite a few people thought Jack Showalter said to Maddie and Kaylee that night when they were walking to the grub truck, and it was proved to be something different, if anything at all, but it wasn't that statement.
I don't know if it's like a code type question. And we're gonna take those guys to the end zone. Like, what does that mean? Like, beat them up? I don't know.
I mean, it could. A lot of people say a lot of weird stuff. Not gonna lie. Like,
here's a question. Let's see what this one says. Do the students think BK is the right guy? Did Ethan get in a fight at Sigma Chi that night? This has been a great interview. Thank you, Lana and Dave.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So did Ethan get in a fight at Sigma Chi that night? Does anybody know?
Not that I know of. We're not really like too close to them. And they kind of like, they're kind of like a top house on campus. They care a lot about like their image and you know, like like boy gets heard about them and stuff. So like it wouldn't surprise me even if like that did happen, that they wouldn't even let the word get out that they had a fight happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And I only know like just a small handful of guys there. Most of them are like your typical kind of frat kind of all-star wannabe Chad type dudes. And
yeah, got that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Again, a lot of people are saying thank you for, they're being super supportive. So I think that's important for you to know.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody that's in their love, and I've seen a couple of the comments that Lana's pinned up.
Yeah.
No, I really appreciate it. It's been a long process talking with her and with Daniel, but like I've been saying, I want other people to know like what I know, and be able to look at stuff from a different perspective too, because it's just like anything. Sometimes the one way you're looking at it might not be the right way, or you might see something someone else didn't see, or I mean, it could be anything, right? Could be anything. So thank you guys for being supportive. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, you're greatly appreciated, and I think that, like I said, I give you so much credit. Here's a question from Drelatina. Does Dave think sobriety is a worthy goal for young people?
It's a goal I don't think many of us have even attained. If I'm gonna be honest. Yeah.
So after,
I mean, a lot of us do kind of, after a lot of this stuff has happened, though, a lot of us do realize, like, hey, we've been, riding the lightning, we've been playing with fire, we need to kind of take life seriously, and it is kind of a big wake up call for a lot of us. Even if we weren't as close as we were, we just kind of realize, like, hey, life is precious, right? You're not promised tomorrow.
Yes, totally, absolutely.
It's just a tough thing to learn at a really young age, I guess, but.
Yeah, it's totally changed. Like I said, like this isn't how this year was supposed to go for anybody that would be at that campus, let alone the victims. You know what I mean? Like I consider even like you a victim. I mean, I'm talking about, I guess you could say, the victims of the crime with the stabbings. But is there been any talk about who the sixth roommate was at the house? Does anybody know about a sixth roommate? Or maybe that's something was there a sixth roommate?
Not off the top of my head that I can remember. Like I was saying with that one, they rented them out by the rooms, which is why they had that really weird living situation.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Latino. Appreciate that. But yeah, that's why they had like a weird living situation, is because they rent them out by the rooms there, and so they have like you get some people in there that are only there for a semester, some that might stay for 2 but leave for the summer, and then somebody else might stay for the entire year round, right? It really just depends.
Okay, I got on that. So like you think that they were, so like this is what didn't make sense with the Venmo stuff then. It was like they were subletting though. Like
That totally could have been a possibility too. That's what I was saying. Like one of the girls might have graduated, but just subleased it out to another girl.
Okay.
And then like, hey, I'm not going to be here in the spring. If you want, you can have this place. Or hey, I'm graduating this spring, but the lease is good until, maybe it's like 3 other girls are re-signing, but there's 2 more bedrooms open. Do you want the bedroom open in the fall? Right? There's a bunch of weird ways, and they don't even require co-signers up here, which is kind of weird to me. You don't have to have a co-signer to get your own place up here.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, as long as like you have like student loans or something like that, they will literally like just let you sign, and you can kind of do whatever you want with it.
Okay.
As long as they get paid, they don't care, really. Yeah.
So when you were at, the night before, like, or that Friday night when it was like the fraternities and sororities were having like that formal, were you aware of any, what's the word I want to use? Like, was Emma Bailey around? Was Dee around? Were people trying to, were people?
So Dee never really ran on like his feet. You only rarely ever saw Dee. Okay. But, from what I remember, I mean, we had at least 200 people at any given time at our place. She easily could have been there, and with what some of us were doing, that they easily could have gotten that from her.
Yeah. And especially like if you knew like that was like coming up, like it could have been something they even got like I said, like on a Wednesday or Thursday, leading up to that. Maybe even somebody, because there's like stuff in the search warrant that they looked for like a bank camera footage. Maybe somebody had to meet up at the bank because they had to pull a bunch of cash or something to like pay. I'm just like throwing this out,
Well, and there's an ATM right off of campus, and it's on the main walking path that we all take to and from, like getting to the bars and stuff like that too. Oh, okay. So I mean, it's super convenient to get cash here on campus. Really, really easy. It takes you 2 minutes to go out and get $100.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're just, I can't thank you enough, but I also more than thankful is just, on Mother's Day, I think that you made, as somebody posted, and I tried to highlight there that, you made your mom proud. Maybe she's thinking we're doing this, but like, there were some moms out there that were like, here it was, there you go.
And that's what my mom told me too. Like whenever we were talking about it on the first phone call after it happened, she was like, the first thing I thought about is like, oh my God, what if that was you? She's like, I know you were partying. She's like, I know you were out there. She's like, I hadn't heard from you. She's like, I didn't know. What if that was you? And I just like, just thinking about like, just like thinking about being a parent, right? Like I'm not a parent, but just thinking about like, that's just such a terrifying position to be put in. And maybe that's what resonated with me whenever I heard Kim speak. It was like hearing my mom speak, and it's just like, yeah, you're right. I mean, if I was a parent, I would want to know these things too, and I would want to know why. And even if it doesn't answer a question, at least it's more that they could take to the cops and be like, what else aren't you telling us, right? Because they need to know. Like, I mean, I don't know. I know like a lot of people have a bunch of different opinions, but at the end of the day, like they lost their kids. Why? Like, screw your public image, screw the press conferences, just be real with this family. Like,
Yeah, right. That's how I feel the same way. Is if Bryan's the guy and he's this crazy lunatic person and, there's just a lot of gaps. And I think the biggest thing for me is hearing from somebody that, I believe in, and that's you, and you're saying we were notified, we knew about all of this way earlier. How could we all know about this way earlier? And 911's not called until, 2.5 hours later, 2 hours later. That just doesn't make sense. Meaning it does make sense, but it needs to be answered for,
it kind of freaks me out. Like how does that happen? Yeah. Like that doesn't just happen, right? Like something had to happen for that information to get all the way through to Greek life, to get to Kim, to get through to me, to get through, like, I don't, and it freaks me out because it's like, is everything else true? I mean, like like I've seen a couple of the videos of Chief Fry. I've never met him in person. He's never, I've never seen him on campus or nothing like that. And we do have cops that come through and stuff, but I've always felt like he was just kind of like bullshitting to a certain degree.
Okay.
With all due respect to the man, of course, but
Yeah.
and it's like, and maybe that's not the right word. Maybe it's just like too much confidence with what he's saying or what he's trying to do. And I get why he's doing it, but
to keep like
you're not making
keeping the town at bay. Like, don't worry. Like, I just don't want pandemonium. Like, we have to tell people that it was an isolated
that protecting the information of the case. What did he say? Like the integrity of the case was like his freaking key phrase those first like 2 weeks. God, I heard him say that so much.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, but you have several thousand people, most of which are kids, that are terrified right now. Like, I don't want to go anywhere without having my gun on me. And I've never felt that way in this town. I feel like if I don't lock the doors on my truck for a week, I don't care. Like that's this town,
Yeah. And then here's gonna be a tough one, and I'll answer my thoughts with it too. Is do you? Again, you don't have to answer. This is an opinionated question here. Is after everything that's going on, what do you think? Do you think that Bryan is the guy? Do you think that Bryan is part of the guys? Do you think that you're reserving to think about that to see more?
And I don't mind sharing my personal opinion on this because this is part of the reason why I'm doing this.
What's up, Lana? Good to see you, girl. Yeah, I wanted to play this back because of some new info we got. You know what I'm talking about. This needs to be heard by everybody, always, in this case, in my opinion. So thank you once again for doing it. Appreciate you, and thanks for joining us, Lana. Love it, girl.
I thought so, and now I don't know.
Okay. That's it.
And that's where
that's so fair to say that I thought so, and now I don't know.
That's where I'm at, and we all and we all want to believe that is the guy. They've got DNA. They have that on him. They found red stains, right? That's got to be blood. But at the same time, I don't know. It's like you just start thinking or questioning a little bit into it, and it doesn't make sense given what we know. And
thank you for that, ma'am. Very much appreciated. Again, thank you for the super chat.
I think that was a great answer. Like, I had no reason, and now I don't know. And that was a great answer because that's how, I think that being younger, that's exactly how you would. Oh my God, we got this, crazy person, and then as this time has gone on, more stuff has come out, and I was just hoping that this car, like there would be all this blood in this car. I mean, show me that car is just lit up like a 4th of July when you put the black light on it, and that there's all this blood in there, and
right, but and then you hear no footprints and no this and no that, and you're like, okay, well, if anyone's hunted or anything, you can't contain blood. Like, that's just not a thing you can clean. I mean, you get a paper cut and you ruin a whole outfit, right?
And it's a great point. It's like you don't know what's going to happen with blood or when you make one stab, let alone all of this.
Thanks, Jenny. I appreciate that. I'm not good at lives. I can't keep up, but the little bit that I am seeing, I do really appreciate it, and it does make me feel better. I gotta be honest, I feel like I'm one of the only people that's questioning it and still wondering anything. Really? I think everybody just wants to go back to normal, go back to fun. A couple of the people that I have been kind of texting lately, hey, you remember when you told me this and when this happened? What else about that? And then they just trail off, or they don't want to text me, or I just get left on read or delivered. So it's just
people don't want to talk about it. People are trying to push this under the rug, or people aren't,
Yeah, I mean, really, it's like I've literally gotten the answer before, like, well, they got the guy, so. And I'm like, well, but that doesn't,
Yeah.
like Lana, literally, like you've been saying, innocent until proven guilty, guys. Like,
yeah. I think the hard part for me is just to say one question, guys, is why didn't then when you guys found the body, whoever found the bodies, why weren't you guys calling the police? What did you guys all do for 2.5, 3 hours?
Yeah, but again, like I said too, I feel victim to it because it took me hearing Kim yelling at her daughter, or telling us a story about her yelling at her daughter, in order for me to realize, holy shit, you know, it took that wake up call for me to see that, you know, and yeah, that I saw somebody else put like grief includes denial, yeah, and maybe that's a lot of like what we're all going through is just trying to ignore it, to pretend like it didn't happen, to just be able to go on, you know. But I mean, I heard this a long time ago that stuck with me. In order to heal it, you have to feel it, you know. And
That's a great phrase.
I've heard,
to feel it or heal it, you have to feel it.
In order to heal it, you have to feel it. You can't just shove it down in a bottle. You can't, you know, and like, I don't know, you know, it's so many people do that nowadays. It's tough to.
Yeah,
it's just tough.
I like that. Well, like I said, I can't high five you, not give you as much praise as possible, but I think that not only what you just did, I think for yourself, but for, you know, the students that, you know, you go to school with and your the Greek life, but the parents, because I do believe that this is going to get heard. I think this is going to be heard by a lot of people, and I think that this will help for like the parents to hear this. And you know, if we do this again, and
and that's why
that it's you know, maybe they have some questions that maybe you can answer. You know, I'm not physically like their parent, but as a
thank you so much, Kawanda. In honor of Dave, so heartwarming and faith-filling to hear somebody that had from that town with the right morals, values, and conscience, and a soul. Amen to that one. Thank you, Kawanda. That's amazing. God bless, hon. And thank you, Simply Solo, as well. Very much appreciated, all you guys, so much. Thank you, Kawanda, again. Very generous of you, dear. And for that as well.
Parent, I would want to know everything except like they said, I don't want to know maybe some of the gory stuff or whatever, like, but I want to know X, Y, and Z. Like the Gonzalez's had said, like so maybe there's some stuff that I can get some, if they have some questions or whatever, but I just think that I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Today's Mother's Day, and this could have happened on any other day, obviously, but I think that today made it a little more special, even because today's the day that they would have gotten phone calls, these moms from these 4 murdered victims, and then then there's another victim in Caden that overdosed, but there's people that didn't get that call today, you know, that they normally would have gotten from their child. And so maybe this helped them get some answers or something like that, you know, for that phone call that they didn't get. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for having the courage and the strength, and thank you. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being willing to talk to me, and, you know,
yeah, I'm glad
helping with me. I know I've been really,
you know, we could vet you and yet still keep you anonymous, because I think that's important too. You deserve that. So I want to thank everybody in the chat. They've been great. Thank you so much for the support. Drelatina is one of she's just a phenomenal person, and she just said, please come back. You know, we just want you to know that you're welcome, and you're appreciated here. So
yeah, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. It's scary, people going out in front of a bunch of people, and
Yeah. I'll be in town, so we're still gonna do our tailgating for the truth. So we got that.
Yes, yes.
But again, thank you so
Good point,
much. I'm gonna
Jesse.
round this out unless you have anything else you want to say.
Not really. I apologize again for the voice changer. There's just some stuff not quite sure yet, and I'll have Lana and Daniel kind of help me navigate that on the back end. But thanks everybody for being willing to hear me out. Whether you do or don't believe me, it's not really up to me. It's up to you. And this is just kind of, what I know and what I've seen. Hopefully, a lot of us kind of looking at a bunch of stuff can see things that other people haven't and be able to answer questions that have never been answered.
Yep. And then maybe
yeah, I mean, just
maybe and can start combating it because there's phone records out there that will prove, that weren't obtained yet. You know what I'm saying? Because those, stuff like that definitely took place.
In my head, what I honestly truly hope happens is Steve Gonsalves catches wind of some of this stuff and just damn near kicks the door down of the police station to figure out what the hell's going on. I mean, as a dad, that's what I would, feel like instinctively to do, and that's kind of what I think too. Is like, I mean, this dad's ready to raise hell and high water in order to figure out what the hell happened to his daughter, and the people that are supposed to help him are not even helping him.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so glad that you said that because I feel the same way. That's amazing. So if anybody's out there and they know how to get this, here's a young man that wants us to get to, Kaylee's dad. So if anybody out there can make that happen, we welcome that by sharing this video. All right, guys, until next time, again, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, especially yours. Dave, thank you so much. And we'll be back soon with another Truth and Transparency episode. Again, thank you so much, Dave. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll stay in touch. I'll text you about some of the other stuff we talked about too.
Okay,
and
that sounds good. All right, again.
Yeah, we'll see you guys later.
All right, those of you that are left here with me. Interesting interview, I do think so. I always have. And now with what
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah. You hear me?
Sorry, I muted myself. My apologies. Well, thank you for those of you that stuck with me up here. I think it's a very interesting interview. Grateful to Lana for taking care of that 3 years ago when she did and putting that out there. So we have that. And I think that now that with some of the information that's been put out recently, I think it's kind of important for us to go back and hear it again like we did today. Any thoughts on it, ladies? Miss Terry or Miss Kawanda?
I mean, I think the timing of like you thinking to go back and listen to this interview and like doing it on this day, it's just like insane. Like that's definitely the universe like aligning the stars. That's crazy. But other than that, I like right now I really don't have any words. Like I'm truly speechless. I'm gonna be like unpacking this for the next few days.
Sure.
Yeah, that was a lot. And thank you, Lana, and thank you, Dave. Like, wow. I just cannot believe. Yeah, just unbelievable. I think that would be.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. But
I just thought.
I gotta go.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. This is fun.
Absolutely. Have a great rest of your day, dear.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, I thought, again, like I said, with most recent information drops that we've gotten, interviews, things like that, I thought it would be a good idea to go back to this at this point and re-listen to this. There's always things you pick up that you may not have heard the first time. I think this is our third time hearing this one, maybe even more. But it's been over a period of 3 years. So I hope you guys got something out of it. Do you have any questions or feelings, Terry, before we shut everything down?
Well, obviously he's not a Sigma Chi.
No.
So I was wrong on that thought process.
That's okay. That's okay.
But he sounds like he's very. I wonder if he was talked to by the.
Well, he said he wasn't, but yeah. What by you mean by police?
Yeah, but
No,
I mean, when was this done again? What was
May of 2023.
Okay, so yeah, that would have been because I was going to say yes, he wasn't talked to until December, but
Yeah, it was 6 months after the crimes happened. Daniel talked to him from Drunk Turkey about 2 months before this, I think. But again, he hasn't done it since. And there was rumor that something happened to him after this interview came out. People figured out who he was, and he may have gotten beat up over this. I don't know if it's true. I hope it's not.
How would they figure out who it was unless he was
things he was saying. Like you can kind of, if you know somebody, Terry, even if they're in a voice changer and you listen, like you've talked to them regularly, you can kind of pick up on speech patterns. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope that's not true, but that's something that WSU Kim had said to me. She was worried about, so I don't know, and I could never find out after that. I'm sure Lana would know. And I'm going to tell you guys right out of the gate, you can ask Lana who he is. She's never going to tell you, ever.
You know, I was just going to ask a question about that. I can't imagine that somebody in law enforcement for Moscow or even Washington doesn't listen to this stuff or FBI, you know.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Is there any way they could contact, because this guy is real, it seems like he's really in the know. I mean, he's like part of the circle, right?
Well, he knew the house very well. He knew the victims and the roommates and the people around them, friends with all of them. He's been in the house. He even referred to a party the Friday before this, which makes me wonder if it was the party at that house.
Yeah. Is there any way they can contact Lana and say, we need to get this name? We want to.
If they have, they've already done it a long time ago. I'm sure, Terry. Honestly.
I mean, I'm just curious if they can do that. I mean, if she says no, I'm not going to give it to you. I mean, is that freedom of speech?
Yeah. She doesn't have to turn it over.
Yeah. How did she or Daniel get this?
Daniel, he reached out to Daniel, I think, and then Lana reached out to Daniel. A couple of us had spoke. This is way back when we were all still talking to him. You remember those days, and
when he actually had
you
and the other guy.
Yeah, when he was still up on the up and up with his thoughts were. But anyway, so yeah.
Did this guy, quote unquote Dave, did he contact Daniel?
My understanding is he did, yeah.
Okay. That's pretty much all. I mean,
back then there was only a few of us out here back then. Okay. Yeah. And all these other channels came just out of the woodwork when this case got real hot and heavy. So there was probably maybe a good 4 or 5 of us out here in this corner of it. So, again, I think Dave was looking for a popular channel, which Drunk Turkey was. It was a newer channel, but still popular, and was very busy at that time dealing with the case. So that could be why he reached out to that channel per se, and did the interview, and then Daniel took his interview down. From my opinion, it's just immediately after some other stuff happened. I think he took it down then because he didn't want to believe people were challenging him, I guess you could say, and then we all know what direction he went with it, which his theory is and stuff. So so be it.
Well, it sounds like Dave. I don't know. I just got the feeling. He didn't say it right out, but I got the feeling that he doesn't think Bryan did it.
I don't think so either, because there's some other things that he said that he looked into that he noticed when all this stuff was going on that he was uncomfortable with, which is why he decided he needed to go speak to somebody. And he told Lana some things off camera, obviously, that were kind of problematic for him.
Mhm.
Again, don't ask her because she's probably never going to tell you. And I respect her for that. Keeping certain things quiet is the best way to protect other people, because I don't want to see anything happen to anybody that were to come forward and speak on this, because that again scares people away from doing it. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
We don't want that. We want people to be able to be comfortable enough to tell the truth. That's why I think a lot of people haven't. You guys know that there's not any other interviews out there like this. Kim came forth and gave information that she had gotten from her daughter, who was a student. And other than that, nobody else wants to. And that should tell you something, and I get it. It's a scary situation. So, I'm very grateful that Dave was brave enough to do something like that. And, you know, I hope again that he was safe and everything's good and he was able to move on and get past all this. So,
Well, yeah, exactly. And what somebody I would love to, and I can't imagine that they interviewed them, but I think it would be very interesting to hear an interview with Jazzy, Xana's sister.
Xana's sister. Yeah, she did a couple on some of the different Dateline episodes and stuff.
Yeah. And also Ethan Chapin and Maisie.
You mean Hunter Chapin and Maisie? We'll never hear.
I'm sorry.
We'll never hear from them ever, in my opinion. And I agree with Wade Bird. This guy had no reason to come forward except to put himself in danger, which is why I had a tendency to believe him too, Wade. 100%.
I was watching Lana the other day, and she was saying something like, okay, I can't remember the guy's name that went and told Hunter Chapin that he needed to get to the house, that something bad had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And he was Connor or somebody, maybe?
I think that was his cousin.
Or
Cooper Atkinson, the one that tried to call Ethan 5 times. Yeah, because he was, I think he claimed to be 10 yards. He lived 10 yards from the house and he could see police and so on and so forth. And yeah, he's the one that kind of told Hunter, you need to get up and go check on your brother because something bad happened over there, I think. So,
yeah. So I have a question because I must have missed hearing anything about, but did Hunter Chapin I knew the Hunter Johnson's phone. Didn't we hear that he had left it if I remember?
Hunter Johnson left his phone, from my understanding, at the house Friday night, got it back Saturday morning. Hunter Chapin's phone was broken or something. He had to get a new one, is what I understood.
Yeah, and that's kind of weird. Both,
Yeah, I agree.
So
definitely.
I don't know. There's so much stuff in this thing. It's like putting a puzzle together and not having all the pieces.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I fully agree.
It's nice to hear that again, because at least it kind of gives you an outlook on, and I'm glad that he's as close to them as,
yeah, it brings some more, how can I say this? It puts certain things together that we were curious about back then, but now with this new information that's come out, I think it gives us more insight into some of the things we've learned. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah. And I don't understand how, I'm kind of like jumping around, and I'm sorry, but it kind of all still fits into the missing pieces. I don't understand how Cy said that they could track Bryan's phone to the living room.
I think he's lying. That's my opinion, but he could be right.
And if he had to have been in that house. Whoever did this knew that house.
I agree. And the people. I agree very much so. Always have thought that.
And I just can't see Bryan not sticking out like a sore thumb at a party if he went in there.
I agree with that as well. I don't think he's ever been there. That's my opinion, of course. But Simply Solo real quick said, whatever was found out about the video of DM's friend speaking on her behalf, Oh, the guy that, yeah, I honestly, between you and me, I think that was Lyndon, Josie's boyfriend. After listening to it and then listening to that, I did them a side by side with both videos, and it sounds just like him to me. That's just my personal opinion. It doesn't mean it's what it is, but I played that video, the one with the yellow school bus, and Lyndon Beck, and it absolutely to me sounds like the same person. So that's just my opinion.
I think that would be good to replay those.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that again. I did. It was not too long ago. That's when I came to that conclusion. I ran them side by side, and I listened. I said, you know what? It really sounds like Lyndon, which would make some sense because Josie was friends with Dylan, so on and so forth, based on what he says, and he basically contradicts a lot of things that were stated about Dylan. So I very much believe it's him based on the voice. So welcome back, Miss Kawanda. How are you, dear?
Hey, yeah, I can only say a few minutes, but I had something quick I wanted to say that Terry reminded me
Sure.
of. So after I watched Pov's latest video, which everyone after this live is over, run to
Yeah,
go
I'm gonna be
watch it if you
covering that
haven't
probably tomorrow.
already. Dynamite, absolute dynamite. But after watching that and then something that Terry just said reminded me, I have a new conspiracy theory that I'm working through about Psy and what the fuck is he doing.
Uh-huh.
Because some of the stuff that Pav said got me thinking, because this week we're all like, what is he doing? This is career suicide, this is ruining your reputation, you're not
Right.
even the main expert, why are you doing this type of thing. And so I have a new conspiracy theory that I just thought of this morning that I think the reason why Psy is doing what he's doing is because he's trying to get that information that Pav was saying he's trying to get from the families. And I think he has a motive to solve a case that is related to this,
Right.
and you get credit for it. And then so that's why he's okay with ruining his reputation in the short term, because if he's able to solve another case that is adjacent to this, because we know this case is wrapped up in a bunch of other shit. So if Psy is able to solve another case adjacent to this by getting getting that data from this case, then I
Right.
think that to me is the only motivation of why you would willingly go publicly and make a fool of yourself.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Makes perfect sense, dear.
That's interesting. What kind of case do you think? I mean, is it something that's big that we would have heard about, or?
I mean, I have no idea because, obviously, active investigations they don't typically mention. But we know that he's law enforcement. He still, even though he's retired, he still considers himself to be law enforcement. He's still very much part of that group. And,
Right.
he's from Arizona. Allegedly, there might have been some sketchy stuff in his past, allegedly, possibly. So who knows what it could be. I just thought about it. So, yeah, I wanted to get that out into the ether.
No, great point. I appreciate it.
But yeah, all right, gotta go. Bye.
All right, dear. Thanks again. Yeah, we're gonna probably review that tomorrow, you guys, and break that down. Hopefully, don't quote me because I don't know because my wife has had plenty of for me to do on the days that she's off. So
You've been given a honey-do list.
I have many of them since we're moving. So it's been busy. So I don't know what I'll be able to do tonight for sure. I'm gonna try for sure to be in here. So if not, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again, Terry, for joining me. Kawanda, Tomboy, Dylan, all of you guys that were up here. I appreciate you all. Moto, thank you very much for being up here. And again, I hope you guys got something from that interview. Again, I think it's very important for us to break that down as I try to do regularly when we get new info to go back to the beginning and find something that could relate that we need to look at. So that
one thing I wanted to say that made me, I was like, okay, wait a minute. I'm so tired of listening to Bryan had a K-bar knife. Why would he need that if he wasn't going to kill people? Right. In this interview, Dave says he made something about he has a gun. I mean,
Right. Yeah.
these kids have knives and guns. I mean, good grief.
No, I understand. I do. You're right.
It's not that far-fetched if he ordered a knife.
I mean, if that's the case, yeah. But there's nothing else that plays, nothing else that points to him, and info or evidence wise. It's the sad part.
Right.
That's the biggest problem I have with it.
I would love to know how these group of girls ended up living together. I mean, you're going from, like Lana had mentioned on this thing, and it's true. In college, it's a big deal that sophomores and seniors are hanging out. It's just, I mean, that's
right.
Happen what you are in college, and it's true.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I want to know how these kids all ended up together. I mean, such an age, such a grade difference.
In the house, I think, is because of the sororities and fraternities connections. I think that's how they knew each other and then ended up together. Of course, Maddie and Kaylee were friends throughout life. So, but that's how I think they all became close and ended up living together.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I have, really.
All right. Well, thank you again, Terry. Very much appreciated. I hope you guys all have an amazing night. I thank everybody again whoever that anonymous person was, thank you very much for donating to the PayPal. Again, I don't care if it's $1 or 10 cents. Every little bit adds up, and it's the thought that counts, and it's very much appreciated. So thank you very much for that. As I always say, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change who you are, because that is what I truly love about every one of you is you. So thank you guys for being here. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way out the door, and hopefully I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great night, folks.
Thanks, Dago. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the TruCrime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here. one.